No? Delia?
No, no. Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. Second one. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Welcome to the third and the final day of our conference. And before we begin, I would like to thank all of you for your participation, for your engagement, and the rich discussion we had over the two last days of the conference. Your contribution have made this conference a truly stimulating and collaborative event. Thank you so much for this. We will still have a very exciting program for today. We will have 3 sessions until 3:30. And we will begin with our first session entitled Gender Equality, Labor Hours and Sustainability, which will be moderated by our colleague Valentina Gabrieli. Valentina is a PhD candidate in economics at the Paris School of Economics and gender coordinator at the World Inequality Lab. Her research focuses on intergenerational mobility in Latin America and global gender inequalities. Valentina, dear guests, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for being here today, Saturday morning. We really appreciate it. And I hope the panel is going to be super interesting and we'll have a lot to learn on gender equality. So maybe to start and set the floor on what's the challenges that we face. We know that women earn only 1/3 of the global labor income, and this has been increasing since the 1990s from like around 29% to 35% nowadays. But still, we are very far from this 50% that will be the threshold for equality. If we go back in time, people used to work 60 hours a week, but this has been decreasing. Nowadays, it's around 42 hours a week. However, women have not benefited equally from this increase in productivity, And if we take into account domestic work, women still work much more than men. Around 50 hours a week, well, for men it's 44. So we still clearly have a big work to do ahead, and that's what we will try to address in this panel. And there's also a big issue on how we call it child penalties, how after being mothers, women face lower employment and lower earnings. So we will address all these points and hope also hear from your questions and to go deeper into the topics. So to discuss gender equality today, we have in the panel Julie Gonnet. She is the head of gender equality and inclusion practices at the French Development Agency. She leads the teams responsible for implementing FD's strategy, mainstream these priorities across operations, and developing strategy partnerships. She also represents FD in international fora and contributes to policy dialogue and advocacy, with over 20 years of experience in sustainable development and development finance. She has led projects across Africa, Latin America, Asia, and small island states, with expertise in climate change and gender equality. She graduated from HEC Paris and holds MCL, a master's in environmental management from SOS, University of London. A big round of applause. We also have Camille Landé. He's a professor of economics at the London School of Economics and Political Science, and director of SEEKR and related disciplines. His research focuses on public finance and labor economics, with work published in leading journals, including the American Economic Review, the Quarterly Journal of Economics. He's affiliated with the Institute of Fiscal Studies, ASC, and the Institute of the Politique Publique. He serves on the Council of the European Economic Association, and he has been a co-author of Thomas and Emmanuel Science pour la Révolution Fiscale. And another word of course. And last but not least, we have Anne-Sophie Rowaida. She's a research director at the Institute of de Recherche pour le Développement and Western Central Africa coordinator at the WIL. Her research focuses in developing countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, with work on poverty, inequality, gender, labor markets, and the distributed impact of public policies. Using household-level microeconomic data and microsimulation methods, she studies the determinants of inequality and evaluates the effects of fiscal and social policies. Thank you for being here. So, Anne-Sophie, I will first give you the floor. If you would like to start kind of going deeper into the image or like the picture of gender inequality, mainly through the female labor income share that we have been co-authors. So we know that overall, so in global, women capture a third of the labor earnings. But which are the regional differences? Which are the regions increasing more, and which are the ones that are more stagnated?
Thank you, Valentina. So, as you know, the FLIS is the key indicator that one of the key indicators we use at the WIL to measure, to estimate women's direct access to labor income, economic autonomy, and bargaining power within the household and the broader economy. And as Valentina said, this female labor income share at the global level has increased from 29% to 35% today. But there's really striking regional differences. So if we take the two extremes, Middle East countries and North African countries stand at 17%, while on the other hand, former Eastern Bloc, Eastern Europe, let's say, stand at 40%, which is still far from 50%, but it is the higher regional female labor income share at the global level. West Europe and North America, also stand high, relatively. If we look at the changes over the last 30 years, there is relatively fast progress in Latin America and the Caribbean, and this has been driven by an increase in the female labor force participation. There were gains also in Europe and North America. Modest growth in sub-Saharan Africa, very, very slow growth in Middle East and North African countries, where female labor participation is persistently low, and stable levels of the female labor income share in Eastern Europe. There is one exception to this global upward trend, which is, as I said, varied between countries. There is one exception, and it's China. The female labor income share in China has actually decreased over the past decades. It has fallen from 40% to 36%, according to our estimates. So these regional differences are the result of a combination of different labor market structures, different social norms, historical situations, obviously. As I said, MENA has very low female labor force participation. And instead, sub-Saharan Africa has relatively high female labor participation, but quite low gender earnings, because these are obviously the two components that explain the level of the female labor income share, both participation and conditional on participation, the earnings. That will explain why the female labor income share is high or low. So in the case of sub-Saharan Africa, we have high levels of participation, but relatively low-paying jobs for females, and the importance of the informal and agricultural sector. And on the other hand, we have the long-term legacy of socialist policies, both in China and in the former Eastern Bloc. And so what we see is not simply convergence. Most countries, most regions, in most countries and regions, the female labor income share has increased, but we see that there are sometimes also downturns, like in the case of China, which can be explained by different factors, actually. One of them being the economic transformation, the decrease in state-owned enterprise jobs. Another one being the end of the one-child policy with contemporaneous effects on female labor participation. And maybe the third one that has been also analyzed, is how the one-child policy transformed the demographic ratio in China, and transformed and can be also be responsible for the decrease in female labor participation, as females actually have a higher bargaining power in the marriage market and make choices related to their engagement in the labor market. So we can see that this global indicator has many determinants: social, historical, economic, obviously. And we believe it's an interesting way of tracking, of analyzing and tracking gender inequalities across countries and across time as well.
Thank you. Camille, your research on child penalty explains a significant part of these patterns. Can you explain to us what this means and what are the regional variations, and how this has changed female labor force participation and earnings attributed to this phenomenon?
Okay, yes. So I think in terms of understanding where the child penalties play out in understanding these patterns, maybe one thing worth mentioning is that when we look at these labor market outcomes, as Anne-Sophie mentioned, there is a lot of variation condition on the level of development across space and over time. That's an interesting thing, because it tells us that there is definitely a massive role played by cultural norms, by institutions, by policies. But there is also an interesting sub-story when you look across the path of development that is relatively clear, I'd say, which is that there is some form of inverted U-shape of gender gaps in labor market outcomes over the path of development. At relatively low level of development, the overall gender gaps are somewhat limited, and they tend to increase when we reach middle income level countries, and then they tended to decrease from middle-income countries to what we could call advanced economies, say, okay? And I think this is in this subplot that the role of child penalties in understanding these patterns can be interesting. So what is child penalty? Child penalty, very simply, take France, for instance. You look at the earnings of men and women, and you just plot them over time, just around the time of the arrival of the first child. What do you see? For men, it's flat, nothing happens. For women, right at the moment the kids arrive, you have this massive, okay, very sharp and also very persistent decline in overall labor earnings that are going to persist over the next 15, 20 years, okay? And take France, the magnitude that we're talking about, it's very large, it's 30%, okay? So the child penalty is just essentially how much the earnings or the labor market outcomes of women relative to men decline just because of the arrival of kids. So now, what do we know about these child penalties over time, across space, and how that maps into development? What's really interesting is that when you look at very low level of development, the child penalty is zero. Okay? Take sub-Saharan African countries, employment of women doesn't budge at the moment kids arrive. Okay? These child penalties, you really see them growing as you go to middle-income country. Okay? And what's interesting is that they stick. They don't seem to decline much when you go from middle-income country to high-income level. Why is it interesting? Well, it tells us at least a couple of really interesting things. First, it tells us that at high level of development, pretty much 80 to 90% of the overall gender gaps in labor market outcomes are due to those child penalties. I think that's interesting in and of itself because in some sense, if you're thinking about policies, it really narrows down the problem to one single step in lifetime trajectories. That's the moment when kids arrive, and this is where we should focus our thinking in terms of policies. We'll probably come back to that. But I think what's really interesting as well, what it tells us, is that the model of super hyper specialization of gender roles that is motivated by family formation, what happens when kids arrive, we tend to think that it's a historical invariant. It is not. You don't find it at very low level of development, and I think that's very important. It tells us that it's a relatively recent invention in human history. I don't know to what extent we have time to try to explain exactly what we understand of why that could be, but I'd be very happy to explain as well what we've learned on this.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good starting point. I think we can also now introduce more the work of the AFD and how the strategy focus on developing countries in particular. So you're saying that, okay, the child penalty plays a limited role or zero role in less developed countries. So why do we still have this inequality, this gender inequality in the developing world? If you could talk to that and what you do as was the strategy of the bank to deal with this, and which are the lessons that you have learned throughout the cases and the programs.
Yes. It's not working?
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe, thank you for the question. First, maybe let me clarify that my perspective will not be an academic one, because I'm talking from the experience of the French Development Agency, which is a French development bank operating in more than 85 countries, and we have 4,100 projects going on right now. So. Maybe one of the first lessons we have learned is really that there is no single explanation nor single solution to the issue raised in this panel. Because beyond child penalty, women really face a range of structural barriers that are highly context-specific. I think it was already quite explained. But so in practice, the women are not excluded from the labor market because they lack skills or ambition, but because the conditions that enable them to take part to the labor force is not in place. we've talked a lot about affordable childcare and care policies, but also transport costs, safety concerns, working hours incompatible with family responsibilities, and of course in many countries social norms that really continue to restrict women mobility or access in certain countries to certain sectors of employment. So, and of course, we may talk about this later also. The issue of care in general is really a key obstacle for and driver of women inequality. So from our experience and the operational experience as a bank and the programs implemented by our partner countries, we've seen that the most effective policies are those that really address several barriers simultaneously, difficult to say, rather than taking them in isolation. And context matters enormously. So no single formula. For example, if we take the Jordan country, we have a very paradox situation where women are very highly educated, but there is only 16% women taking part to the labor force. And the barriers are really diverse. The social norms, but also safety concerns, access to social service, to childcare. It's very striking, and the government is very much involved in taking some reforms, but we've seen that it's kind of very challenging. So also important to have in mind that we've seen that the challenges are also very different across different groups of women. The country, the context of the country is important, but also where and with whom you are working with. The barriers that are faced by an urban professional woman are very different from a rural woman, a young woman, or a woman with disabilities, or a refugee woman. So in Jordan, again, for example, Syrian refugees women really face a combination of local economic and social constraints. We have to take this into account. And in rural areas, of course, the lack of transport, childcare service are really a strong obstacle. So this is why we try, whenever possible, to promote an intersectional approach when at the very early level of analyzing the situation before providing support to our partners to design a proper policy or program. So, because gender inequalities often overlap with many other forms of exclusion linked to poverty, to age, disability, migration, status, or geographic location. So, in practice, successful programs really begin with a careful analysis of the specific economic and social or political barriers to then be able to tailor some appropriate solution. So we have been supporting many different programs and processes initiated by our partners at the state level, bank, civil society, municipalities. We have very different programs. We have one experience supporting the Bogota care system. I may come to this later during the panel. But I wanted maybe to take 1 minute more, if I may, just to explain that is really all this is really reflected in IFD's strategy for gender equality. This very holistic kind of approach and view about the issue. At IFD, gender equality is really part of our DNA. So we operate, of course, within the very strong political framework of France feminist foreign policy. And today we are becoming one of the largest provider of international finance for gender equality with 5.6 million euros, mainly through loans, but also through grants to finance gender equality in our partner countries. And what is important is that we really try to work with at very different levels, working with state, with municipalities, with public finance institutions, financial intermediaries. We also have our private sector subsidiary, Proparco, also working at the private sector level. And of course, we also support feminist civil society organization, because we know that change will come by addressing very different barriers at very different levels, and we need really this holistic approach. And for more than a decade, we also have initiated reflections on how to structure our support around the different dimensions of women's and girls' empowerment. And we have learned a lot from our partner countries or from the CEPAL and other development practitioners, notably from Latin America, to look at empowerment really as a holistic manner, addressing simultaneously physical autonomy, economic autonomy, and political autonomy. That's why we really have a range of different financial tools. I will provide more details later. And so that's why when we try to support participation of women in the labor force, we have to focus on very different sectors, not only education and employment sector opportunities, but working on different subjects, on transport, on access to education, also on menstrual health, for example, and working also on the burden of care. So this is very context-specific, and holistic approach is really needed.
Thank you very much. Now, given that Julie already mentioned this, we can move to the domestic work and unpaid labor hours. So, Anne-Sophie, you had been working with other co-authors of the Will on this topic. Would you like to? I mentioned something at the introduction of how, like, the difference between, so that this decrease in the hours, the global hours of workers per week, that has been different for men and women. So why is that, and which are the differences? And also we also find a lot of differences regionally, right? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, sure. So in this work with Thomas and Marie and Romain, colleagues from the Wheel, we try to estimate over time the evolution of total labor hours. And one of the important dimensions of this work is to try and take into account, using available data, domestic hours. So there are really two types of, at least two, but we stress those two types of labors, economic labor and domestic labor. And we show that over time, the total amount of, or the average, let's say, labor has declined very significantly, enormously, thanks to gains in productivity. And that's those gains. So those gains in productivity have have led to this decrease in labor hours. And for men in particular, labor hours have decreased and leisure hours have increased. The case for females overall is a bit different, because over time labor hours for women in terms of economic labor have increased, and domestic hours have decreased a little bit, but on average they have gained less in terms of labor hours. And as Valentina was saying, at the global level and in all countries, low-income, middle-income, high-income countries, the total number of hours, when you take into account both economic and domestic hours, is higher for women. So if you take Europe, for instance, in Europe, women earn, as I said, around 39–40% of labor income. If you take only economic labor hours, they contribute 42%, which is already a bit higher than the 39–40% of the labor income they get. And if you add domestic hours, then their contribution to total labor hours is 54%. And Europe is not the let's say, the most extreme case from that perspective. So we find it's quite important to track both types of labor, obviously, and also because in the way we look at the engagement or the position of women in the labor market, and that obviously also is shown in Camille's work, there is this key issue of how to articulate family hours or domestic hours and economic hours to articulate the bargaining process that happens within the household and outside. And there's been a number of interesting research also that I want to mention that can be labeled "doing gender," and Marianne Bertrand has contributed to that in a very interesting way, showing that when women start earning more on the labor market than their partners, they tend to actually put in more domestic hours. They perform their gender identity, and that can be explained mainly by social norms, because earning more than your partner as a woman threatens your gender identity, his gender identity, and so it threatens the couple. And in a similar way, some colleagues of mine at IRD have shown that some programs that allow women in India to gain access to wage work had an unfortunate consequence, in a sense, that those women actually lost some bargaining power, or at least they lost some decision-making power within their household, because they had to also, because the fact that they were working was affecting their husband's status. And so their way of dealing with that within the household was to actually diminish their decision-making in the household. So obviously these are two very important dimensions of that explain how women engage in the labor market, and I think we have to keep looking at those two in parallel.
Thank you. And Camille, this goes straight to what you have been working also in terms of paternity leave as a policy, and you were already kind of pointing into this direction of which are the policies that we can encourage as policies that could address this inequality. So it has to do with domestic work and recognizing the role of the couple into the household. So if you could talk a little bit about this, and mainly how this has been done it has been studied in Nordic countries, but also how does this play in another context? Can we extend this policy to all the context? Because Sophie also mentioned gender norms, right? And this is much more difficult to study and to get data in the standard economic, the way we do it. So how we address these kind of two problems?
Okay, great. So let's start with the situation in what we would call advanced economies, so to speak. Okay, there, as I tried to explain, we know that roughly 90% of remaining gender gaps, and these gender gaps are not small. I think 30%, basically, 30 to 40%. So 90% of this, it's due to what we call child penalties. So this specialization that happen in terms of tasks, in terms of the allocation of what we do between men and women in the couple because of the arrival of kids. So that's nice, as I said, because it tells us, okay, let's target this particular problem. But to do this, policies need to understand what are the drivers of this specialization. So what do we know? One, it's not biology. Why? Well, it's kind of simple, as I explained. There are plenty of contexts where those child penalties do not exist at all. Okay, and so prima facie, that's clear evidence that it's not biology. For those of you who are interested, though, it's funny to see that there is amazing development in our understanding of the neuro foundations of parenting and caring behaviors that actually now speaks directly to this, just explaining to us that the type of differences that we believed existed between men and women in terms of the neurocircuitry of parenting behavior and stuff like this, basically these differences are almost inexistent. So that's actually quite funny, but that's an aside. Second, is it a standard comparative advantage story, like, oh, my partner is earning a little bit more, and in a standard kind of comparative advantage story, think Ricardo, there is an advantage for specialization, and so the partner who earns more is just going to specialize in the labor market, and the one that earns just a little bit less is going to specialize in domestic care. Again, it seems tempting, but that's not the explanation. Why? Again, we can see that very clearly in the data. Take women who actually have higher career prospects, higher earnings than their partner. They pay the exact same penalty. They get into the exact same specialization as the women who earn less than their partner, who are lower career prospect than their partner. So then what does it leave us with? Well, I think today the general consensus is that this specialization is mostly driven by a set of beliefs and norms, okay, that drive our choices, our behavior. What do we mean by beliefs and norms? I think we need to be a little bit precise. There are a core of set beliefs or preferences about what I believe I'm good at, or what I believe my partner is good at doing or prefers doing. There is a set of beliefs that are more what I would call stereotypical beliefs about self-image motivation. I believe that there are a set of rules that men or women should do, and I try to abide by this. And then there are a set of what we could call higher order beliefs. These are beliefs that are more socially motivated. It's, I believe that others believe that that's what a man or a woman should do, and there would be stigma in not abiding by this rule. Okay, so that's the consensus today, that all of these beliefs play a role. Now, where does that leave us in terms of policies in that context? Well, addressing gender specialization, you know, one of the key policies that everybody has been thinking about is, of course, controlling directly this task allocation, and that's parental leave. Parental leave policy, at least at the very beginning, you can directly control the time that is spent at least out of the labor market, not directly control what people do when they are out of the labor market, but that's, you know, that's a start, okay? But as I explained, we know that's not only gonna work if this, at the same time, can change beliefs and norms, because these are the real drivers of what happens. So what do we know? Well, until very recently, you know, the evidence was not super promising. People, you know, relied on a relatively small reform in parental leave that extended paternal care and paternal leave, and found relatively little effect. In the context of Denmark, there was a much larger reform in 2022 that we were able to exploit in a really nice way, in the sense that not only the reform is much larger in terms of reallocating the time spent by men and women in parental leave, but also it was known in advance so that we could survey all the universe of new parents in Denmark prior or after the reform, to also elicit how their beliefs and their norms have changed. And the good news is, well, first, that reform has been effective in changing the long-term gender gap in the household, and we can show that this is actually mostly driven, mediated, if you wish, by a direct change in the beliefs and norms. Okay, so when you experience a change in your task allocation, that changes basically your beliefs about what's a good thing to do and whether you're capable of doing it, and whether others are believe that that's going to be a bad or a good thing to do. And this mediation is extremely strong in explaining a change in the childcare tasks, okay, that persist after the end of paternal leave, and in explaining also changes in labor market outcomes. So I think that's very promising. Again, these reforms, even the large Danish reform, is quite small. it reallocates basically the overall share of parental leave from roughly 8% done by men to roughly 17%. So we're far from reforms that would really be ambitious and say, okay, we're going to allocate 50-50 in terms of share of parental leave. But if you extrapolate the size of the effect that we find, it's extremely promising in terms of having massive effect on labor market outcomes and gender gaps. But of course, and again, I'll finish there, this is only valid in advanced economies where we showed that the child penalty, gender specialization when kids arrive, is really the driver of gender gaps. This can by no means constitute the main answer to addressing gender gaps in other contexts, and that's really important to keep in mind.
Thank you very much, super enlightening. Now going to Julie's work and what's the strategy on care work, how do we address this in other contexts? So these give us an answer for some economies, but still we have a lot of work to do where care work is such an important share of the work women do, and it's unpaid. So what can we do about that?
Yes, thank you very much. Maybe first to insist on the fact that at AFD we really consider care as a strategic investment in gender equality, but also on social cohesion and economic development. We often say that investing in care really brings a triple dividend. For example, on the economic part, ILO states that the care economy already represents 11% of global employment in the world, and according to ILO, investment in care could generate 300 million jobs globally by 2035, with this kind of a huge positive feedback. But as it has already been explained, beyond this economic lever, the care is really a driver of gender inequality. So we've seen that women continue to shoulder most unpaid care work, while social norms really discourage men from fully engaging in caregiving. So we as a development bank, our role is really not only to finance infrastructure or services for care, but also to support government and other actors in designing and implementing comprehensive care policies that address the root causes of gender inequality. So we really root our approach in international frameworks, including the 5 R's framework, which really promote 5 elements that can be summarized in recognize, reduce, redistribute, reward, and representing care work. And the idea is also really to adopt and try to adopt a transformative, what we call a transformative feminist approach that really seeks to change the way care responsibilities are organized and shared within society. Of course, working very closely with our local partners, because again, I already said that at the beginning, but it's so much specific to the local context, and one solution in one country or in one community is not the same in another. So in practice, we have very big portfolio of program in finance in care, with a combination of financing, technical assistance, and policy dialogue. And this portfolio is very diverse in terms of sectors we are working on, including social protection, childcare, health, transport, employment, etc. And we also try not to work in isolation, to really work at different levels. So maybe to be more concrete, I wanted to have a more focus on one example we really like from our partner country in Colombia, in Bogota. which is maybe some of you know this example. It's really an international reference of a comprehensive approach for care-centered public policy, which has had already concrete results. And we at IFD are a technical and financial partner of the municipality of Bogota for many years. And it's a very interesting example in many ways. So maybe to have in mind the context, before the launch of this very emblematic care policy, the starting point is that in Bogota, 30% of women were full-time unpaid caregivers, most of them low income, with unpaid care work estimated to represent around 20% of the city's GDP, which is really huge. And in response, the municipality of Bogota launched in 2020 the first integrated public care system in Latin America. So at the heart of the model, we have what is the care blocks, manzanas de cuidado in Spanish. So basically, it's neighborhood-based services located mainly in low-income areas. And they provide for women and men free childcare services, training, employment support, legal, psychological services, and also access at the same time, at the same place, to social and health services. Enabled women to regain time, strengthen their skills, and also access to economic opportunities. And what makes the model very innovative is also that it goes beyond service delivery, because it really seeks to transform the social norms that assign care responsibilities primarily to women through different type of, for example, awareness campaigns and program. They call it Learning to Care, where addressed to men and women that are encouraged to take a greater role in domestic and caregiving responsibilities, so helping to really redistribute unpaid care work within households and challenge gender stereotypes. So this is very important because services are not enough. To bring change, you have to work also on social norms, and the municipality of Bogota really is working on that very strongly. And the results have been already remarkable because they have already 27 care blocks now operational in very different places, with more than 8 million services already provided, benefiting more than 1 million people. And it's been very interesting policy still going on. We contributed to this effort by supporting the municipality with a 150 million euros loan, together with a technical assistance to help the city, for example, on specific thematic, providing digital skills programs to women, or also innovative mobile care services for rural areas. So you have some buses providing care services in remote areas where the women cannot go to the care blocks. And so maybe the key lessons we've learned from the Bogota is that it's really showcase that care should not be treated as a private issue for women. It's really a public policy challenge and a strategic investment that can simultaneously advance gender equality, social inclusion, and women's economic empowerment, also bringing also economic investment. So yeah, that was an example. We have many others, but I think this one is the one we really like. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a super interesting program. I'm really looking forward to see what will be the results and like the take up of women, how they make use of this program to maybe participate more into the labor market if these tasks are kind of relieved. I got a little bit more curious, and maybe the audience as well, about the policy in Denmark, which were the changes, and if this kind of a low-hanging fruit that other countries can implement kind of easily, or do you think there are more differences and difficulties? And I'm now changing, so we have like some 10 more minutes to discuss between the panel, then we will open for questions. So kind of thinking in the way forward and how we will achieve gender equality.
Okay. Let's get there. I think it's an interesting question, and at least in contexts such as Scandinavian countries, but even France, one should be bold and say that there is absolutely no reason to believe that we don't have the keys to unlock gender equality in, say, 10 to 15 years. I think right now, if nothing is done, let's be clear, where we're going is essentially a plateauing of gender gaps that are going to stay the same, just because we know that the child penalty essentially sticks, and right now we haven't done much to try to address it. But what I think is really key is to also understand that our understanding of the sources of gender specialization place us in a unique position to deliver a relatively simple cocktail of policies that could really address gender gaps and reduce the child penalty relatively quickly. And so what's that cocktail? Well, that cocktail, as I explained, needs to start with a really ambitious parental leave policy that says 50-50, okay? So think 3 months for men, 3 months for women, extremely highly compensated, so that we have high take-up for both men and women, okay? Because until now, all of these parental leave reform trying to extend paternal care have been relatively plagued by low take-up, just because the compensation for men is relatively small. You also want to make it mandatory, okay? So that men and women should take it, okay? And you can accompany this with a set of intervention that try to target norms, and especially norms not with respect to the gender roles for women, which essentially have converged and are much more equal today, but really norms about the behavior of men. Okay, so that also I think is really key. What we haven't been thinking about is not so much how gender norms relative to what women should or could do, it's really the norms about what men could do. And again, here there are a set of relatively simple interventions that one could start piloting and then put large scale in the field that I believe are going to be extremely effective in terms of changing those norms that, as I tried to explain, are key to understand gender specialization. So I think, at least as far as advanced economies are concerned, it's relatively simple, and of course I'm the man being cocky here saying, oh, we can reduce gender inequality in 15 years. But I think if we're not trying to be bold and if we're not putting it relatively bluntly that, yeah, today there is absolutely no fundamental reason where we should be stuck in that equilibrium, yeah, I think we might end up, if we are not bold, actually stuck in that bad equilibrium.
Yes, I have a question, but you could also go with your points. So I was thinking in the case of Latin America that we have seen that the female labor force participation has increased a lot, and this could be in part due to the role of education. So I was also thinking of what's the case for Sub-Saharan Africa, that you had been working on this. How can we incentivize labor force participation by also reducing the earnings gap?
Yeah, let me start just by reaction to what Camille just said. There is another dimension, and I agree very much with all that he said, but I wanted to add the issue of joint taxation, because I think that in advanced countries it's also, it fosters specialization, and in the current situation it subsidizes, in a sense, specialization and is one of the determinants of the child penalty. I was actually wondering in your work whether you have some evidence that countries that still do a joint taxation, such as I believe the US, France, Germany, have a higher child penalty or more specialization. And then the second question, I mean, an issue that I would like to hear your thoughts on is whether is it the specialization that is harmful, or should we think that specialization is okay, but either men or women should have the same opportunities in terms of choice? One interesting thing also about the determinants is the structure of the labor market. I mean, as Claudia Goldin has shown, the way the labor market works in advanced economies is that it gives a bonus, it gives increasing returns to long hours, and that makes specialization rational, whether it's a man or woman, but at least that one of the couple's members should be working and the other one should taking care of kids. There's these ideas of the greedy jobs, and in Asia there's also this idea of greedy children. Women specialize into the education of children, and they put a lot of effort into that. So going back to sub-Saharan Africa, as I said, there is no issue at this stage of female labor participation. There is an issue about structural transformation of jobs and jobs and the increase of the formal sector, and for women to be able to participate to that, obviously education is key. At this stage, one way of describing the current situation would be that, and the reason why maybe there is no child penalty, or at least not something that we can measure in sub-Saharan Africa, is that you have really low-skilled women working in the formal sector, in the agricultural sector, where they actually take their kids with them, or if they don't take the kids with them, the rest of the family takes care of the kids. And on the other side, urban skilled women in Africa who have enough income to outsource the childcare to lower skilled women. So this will change with structural transformation, with efforts into female education, obviously.
Thank you. Julie, do you want to make last remarks on the way forward?
Yes, thank you. Maybe first, when we talk about the way forward on gender inequality, just have in mind that the situation is really growing. I must start with that, because if you look at the last report made by UN Women, we have still 300 years to go at the current pace to reach gender equality. So it's really tough work, but also remind that the context is very difficult. We are facing a very strong backlash right now against women's rights, and decreasing also funding at the international level, and the rise of anti-right movements. So this is the context right now. But we have to still be optimistic and continue to work, because what I can say what we have seen is that solutions and innovations do exist. We've seen the example of Bogota, but there are many other examples of partners that are at different levels, state level, municipalities, but programs made by banks, the work also made by the feminist civil society, which is really at the forefront of advancing this agenda in developing countries, and they make really a remarkable job. So there are solutions, there are actors involved, so we really have to keep this in mind and continue to support them. Also say that we cannot do this alone, so no single actor can address the gender equality challenge nor the care challenge alone. So I think we really need to have stronger partnerships between countries, the academic world, development finance institutions, governments, service providers, really to use the evidence provided by the academic world to turn this into real actions, financing concrete and effective programs and policies. So really to unlock relationships between public, private sector, academic world. I think it's really important, and it can make a difference. For example, recently we decided to join the Global Alliance for Care, which is a global network of different partners working in very different environment about care, and we think it's really something that could bring a lot for us. Also say that in this difficult context, we really need to showcase the triple dividend of investing in care and in also in general in inequalities, on reducing inequalities and fostering gender equality. Not only saying that it's of course a social imperative, I think we are all, I hope, convinced about that, but showing that, showcasing that it's also an economic imperative that can provide very strong economic returns. One figure is the World Bank report explained that employment parity can generate a 20% GDP outcome, which is really impressive, creating jobs and providing economic returns. And these arguments we have and can also help embark everyone at the political, economic world, etc. So I think we still have to make the case. And looking ahead, maybe also say that despite this context marked by the growing backlash and the shrinking grant resource, we really also have to help create political conditions to embark the private sector, philanthropies, banks, etc. Because we know that the funding gap is enormous. So the public sector cannot alone fill this gap, and so we have to really embark everyone in financing this imperative agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I hope this panel is like a starting point on that. Camille, do you want to answer Anne-Sophie's remarks?
Yes, I can say a few things. So on these three dimensions, I think the first one is joint versus individual taxation. The second one is the structure of the labor market and these greedy jobs. And the third one I think is really important, is really do we care about specialization or do we care about inequality? Okay, so on the first one, yes, of course, I think individual taxation is much better and much better suited than household level taxation. What makes me think that actually that's not the core of the issue right now is the following. Again, take a woman that earns already much more than her partner, okay? There, the incentives for specialization in the opposite direction that what we see are very strong. And yet we see the exact same child penalty for these women. So what that tells us is that at the margin, those economic incentives, the ones that are embedded in the household versus individual level tax system, are not the ones that are deciding in which direction gender specialization is going on. So to me, but I'm willing to take bets, I think the system of household level versus individual level taxation is much more a testament of the equilibrium that we're in, and is essentially just transforming into institutions the cultural equilibrium that we're in, rather than the thing that's going to just change the specialization. So again, I'm willing to take bets, but if we want to change things, we need to go at the core of why people specialize at the moment kids arrive. I think here where we have the greatest hopes is really the parental leave policies. And I think if that happens, again, I'm willing to bet the conversation on individual level versus household level taxation is going to happen. But in and of itself, it's not enough. Again, take the example of Sweden versus Denmark. So Sweden has individual level taxation, has still like roughly a 25% child penalty. So that's one. And okay, maybe one last small point on this. I think it's extremely important for us to be able to tilt this equilibrium that we're in, because I believe this equilibrium is fragile. I believe there are really many reasons that this equilibrium will crack if we just use the right nudge, if we push in the right direction. that's really important because in the general political economy debate, there is this notion that patriarchy, it's super complex, and that's true. It's a complex equilibrium, complex system. But then that kind of demotivates everyone. Everybody's like, the type of big push that we need to put in place if we really want to tilt this equilibrium away, it's massive. We need to invest in everything from education, from norms, from the system of taxation, our pension system and everything. And in some sense that's true, but maybe we can be a bit smarter, because I think if we push right at the level of what happens at the moment kids arrive through these paternal leave policies, we might already have a massive effect that then is going to, through kind of snowballing effect, create a change in equilibrium where a lot of these institutions are going to somewhat unravel, or at least be called into question. So that's why I think a really important message to motivate everyone, and that's why I'm being, again, quite optimistic, is that yeah, actually, if we push exactly at the right place and make sure that we know where that equilibrium can unravel, maybe we can get massive gains in actually very little time without having to target everything at the same time, which would be extremely costly and would demand so much in terms of political motivation, in terms of political capital of our elected officials, that I think would be very difficult to achieve. So, sorry, I'm being a bit long, but that's point one. Point two, greedy jobs. I love Claudia Golding, but I think, unfortunately, she's too obsessed about academics. When she's describing greedy jobs, it's a very specific type of jobs in the context of the economy as a whole. And I think what she's saying about greedy jobs is very true, but that does not correspond to the average reality of men and women in the economy. So I'll stop there, but I think there are many issues with being over-focused about the structure of jobs. It's not that we don't need to do stuff there, but I think, again, that's probably going to address a very limited fraction of what happens to the gender gaps at the very top of the income and skills distribution. Okay, but happy to talk more about this. I don't want to be dismissive, but I think it's important to keep in mind that that's not the reality of most jobs. The third one, which I think is really important, do we care about specialization? Given specialization has always existed, okay? Even in relatively egalitarian, gender egalitarian societies, there is a specialization in tasks that is gender related. So is that the issue, or the issue is inequality, the fact that the tasks that women do relative to the tasks that men do are valued by society differently? So I think that's a very important question, and clearly, if you reduce inequality, you just by compressing the wage distribution and stuff like that, you typically have massive effect on gender inequality. There is excellent work just showing, for instance, that when you increase the minimum wage, because women are the ones being mostly in the type of jobs that is remunerated at minimum wage, you create a massive reduction in gender gap. So clearly, of course, the two issues are linked. That being said, again, a lot of the things we do, okay, remember, labor market time, it's 15% of our time, even when we are the most active, between like age 30 and age 50. So 85% of the things we do, 85% of the time we spend is not spent in the labor market, it's spent in all these other things, okay? In domestic work, in childcare, and so on and so forth. The problem here is, there is only so much you can do to change perception about how much this, time spent in these tasks is valued. Of course, you can change norms, you can change the way people appreciate all of this, but again, market is market. It creates hard resources that you can use and that create power, and unless you have access to this power, it's very hard to change the equilibrium of and gender equality. So I think, of course, it's very important to say, yes, we should value care more, but there is a limit to what we can do just by saying, oh, we're going to essentially value care more in terms of bringing gender equality. At the end of the day, if we want gender equality, we need women to have access to the same resources, to the same power, to the same social statuses, and that only happens if their situation in the labor market in particular is considerably strengthened. Sorry for being long.
No, perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. I like it. Really like it. I like it that you started more positive, but then you start losing the positivity, the optimism. But it's okay. Can we give like a bigger round of applause to the panel? It's super interesting. And I think we are ready to take questions from the audience. I do have a lot, so if you take your turn, because if not, I will continue. Please go. I think we can take at least 3, 4, and then give them floor to them.
Okay, so thank you very much for this interesting start of the day. My name is Anna Norden. I'm an associate professor in economics from Sweden. So I'm very interested in this type of policies. And I would like you to reflect a little bit about the reality when it comes to political support. Because to bring these policies to happen, we need political support. And let me give you the context of Sweden right now. We are up for elections in the fall. And we are facing a young population that is highly different in their values and what they think is important. So if we look at some latest statistics of what young men think is important for the election, gender inequality has actually decreased quite a lot. So it's down to like 60% of young men in Sweden that thinks that gender inequality or gender equality is important, while among women this has actually risen, and it's now close to over 90% of the women that think this is very important. And this, of course, also translates into the type of parties that you support and will probably vote for in the election, where young men are much more likely to vote for more right-wing parties at the moment in Sweden, where these type of policies are not even up on the agenda. While women are more likely to vote for the Green Party, resonating with a lot of the topics that we have discussed in the conference here. So I would just hear a little bit of the reflection, like how will this, because I mean, I fully embrace this. I would also like us to have a parental leave that it's 50-50 split, but how do we reach that in the political situation we are in today, and not only Sweden, right? I mean, we can look at US, whatever, and we see exactly the same thing in this backlash of gender. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please take like there are a couple of them.
Thank you. Good morning. This is an interesting panel. I'm Pradeep from India, where the female labor force participation is one of the lowest. Let me get back to the inverted U-shape that I think panelists said about the child penalty. What I see in underdeveloped countries, let's say in sub-Saharan Africa, when you say that there is less child penalty, I find actually there is a penalty for the child and the mother when they go for work, even after giving birth their babies. Because we are compensating a lot of their well-being when they are getting into jobs. It's not that they are getting into good jobs, so they are getting into jobs because they are compelled to do it. So when you say, so we have a different story behind the child penalty, which needs to be understood very, very carefully. This is point number 1. And it should be understood in that context. It's not a very good story that we are giving that, okay, there is no child penalty. My second point is, do we have any understanding in the complementarity between two people working from the household, let's say the couple, or one among them is working? Because in India, I don't know about other countries, we often say, in the success of a man, there is a woman behind. In the success of a woman, there is a man behind. Though the second one we say less, because we are patriarchal. So, but in the cases, we understand this. So, is there any understanding that, okay, if one is working, one among them in the couple, then how actually the other one is contributing to their labor productivity? Because it's not that if both are working, they're equally productive. If one is working, the one is more productive because the other one is compensating on many things in households. So how we have understood this? This is also another important point. But I will stop here. I have some other points I will not bring in. Yeah.
Thank you. I think there's 2 questions on this side that we can take.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Sandra Martinson. I wanted to make 2 brief remarks and one kind of question. I guess there's evidence also a little bit more on a defensive side of women. You need actually 5 years to recover from pregnancy. You know, it's it's mentally and physically it's a experience, you know, which can't be comparable with the man's experience of having a child in a family. So I think it has to be kind of recognized that, you know, there's this needs to be recognized in also in employment, healthcare, social protection, and so on, laws, which is currently not the case. And I think it complicates, I think, massively, what we're talking about here, that, straight away you give birth and then you share and back in the job market. I think we are oversimplifying what we're talking here, right? I can talk about this a lot from my own experience. And the second point is also about the care industry is important, absolutely, but I think also we shouldn't forget the child's rights here. For a healthy child development, that parental care is critical for 1 to 2 years of their first years of their life, and I think what we see in UK, when you can hand over your child at 6 months to the nursery for a full day, I think it's mad. I think this is just illustration of how far we have gone with the neoliberal capital market, right? That we commodify everything. So let's just also take a step back about at what point that care industry really needs to step in, and what is also good for a child, for a upbringing and so on. And that leads to the question, provocation is about, can we see care more as a public good rather than economic commodity? So not something what we leave to the market now to address, but actually the state. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rodrigo Oliveira from United Nations University, Rowaida. Thank you so much for the panel. I think it was excellent. I just want to bring the conversation a bit to the developing world, especially for Africa. And I think there was a lot of things that were discussed here that's very far from the reality of the discussion of gender equality in Africa. For example, to have parental leave, you first need to have a job. Or to discuss taxation, people also need to have a job to be paying taxes. And this is very far from the reality of many African countries. But at the same time, African countries are facing much larger effects of climate shocks, conflict, war, trade wars, etc. And one of the most important components to guarantee gender equality there is social protection policies. So I would like to hear a little bit more about your view on how to guarantee the stability and the delivery of social protection policies to guarantee gender equality in African countries. And this is extremely important because we saw in the recent years that many countries, when you look to the data, they say that they have good coverage social protection policies, but actually they don't. So if you go, for example, for some specific countries in Africa, like Mozambique, during the Corona times, people spend like 3-6 months without receiving social protection policies. What's the impact on these on gender equality, on health, on poverty, etc.? So I would like to hear a little bit more your perspectives on that.
Thank you very much. Does anyone want to start in particular?
Thank you very much for all the questions. I will try to answer some of them. Sorry if not all. Maybe the first question I think was very important by Sweden about the political support. You're right, it's really key to have political support to work around gender equality. So I just wanted, Sweden was the first country in 2014 to have a feminist foreign policy. I wanted to come on this just to remind, because sometimes it's not very well known, that France, since 2019, has joined the club, I would say, of countries that have a feminist foreign policy. And it has been renewed last year in 2025, and we also welcomed the fourth conference of countries having this feminist policy. This is an important framework because what it basically says is that gender equality should be at the really center of any external policy for France. So it's really irrigating any type of action. And at IFD, we really operate in this very strong political framework. We know that, of course, even in France, this is also threatened, and we don't know what's going to happen next year. But there are some political support, and for example, there is a very a strong coalition at the for women's rights at the parliament level, and they are very much involved in advocating gender equality, and we also try to work with them really to have this joint advocacy. And for example, we took part in the French delegation going to New York in March at the UN on the Commission for Gender Equality, and France was a very large delegation with very high-level representatives, of course our Ministry for Equality, but also representative from the Parliament. The President of also our Assembly was there for the first time, and a very large number of French CSOs working around gender equality taking part to this, and taking part to the advocacy in this very strong backlash, and also in the negotiations. We do not take part to this, but we were taking part as a more financial part. So this is positive, and it has to be maintained in the long term, and that's why we are really in a key period where we have with all partners involved on the subject to really showcase our results, what's happening when we advance gender equality in terms of social returns, but also on economic returns, and also explaining that it also contributes to the stability of countries, to peace, and to the maintenance of our democracy, because this is what is really at risk. So we are really in a key period, and political commitment is, of course, key. I hope this answers kind of answer the question, and also maybe wanted to react to one remark about what you said about Africa. Of course, when we work a lot of Africa, it's 50% of what we are doing every year in terms of investment, and as I explained, for us it's very important that our projects are really designed to the needs of partner countries. We do not decide to do this or that. It's really our partner countries at the state level, banks, civil society that really ask for some help around any relevant subject. Could be, of course, you mentioned education, could be menstrual health, which is key in many African countries because it's a real obstacle for girls that don't go to school because they don't have access to menstrual hygiene elements. So we have many projects around that. Could be transport issues, for example, in Morocco we finance transport infrastructure, including safety measures, so that a woman can go to work or girls can go and study because they really face some risk at the transport level. So this is always very context specific, and the types of interventions are really diverse. I cannot mention everything because it could take hours. But yeah, and you're right to emphasize the fact that when we are working on conflict and crisis areas, it's even another subject. So here again, we have to really analyze the context and what's at risk, and sometimes it's very much different from when we work in countries where we have a peace situation. And we have specific tools. We are very much involved in crisis countries, and most of the time we work very closely with civil society organizations because they really have the knowledge how to work in this context and with specific refugee population. For example, we have many work around this, for example, in Ethiopia or about displaced population in forced displaced population in camps. So yeah, so it's really important not to, I mean, it's impossible to talk in general. We always have to talk about one country, one context, and adapt the types of program we finance. I don't know what else, but I will leave my colleagues.
Yes, I wanted to add something also related to the norms. So there are two different points. The first point is related to what I just said, what I mentioned earlier about doing gender and gender identity. And I mentioned Marianne Bertrand's work on that, and the fact that that when women earn as much as their partner or more, that they start doing gendered, so reinvesting female identity. And there's been another work on that around Germany, and Germany obviously is an interesting case because there was the divide that shows that today Eastern born women in Germany don't do gender. When they earn more than their partner, they don't start doing more domestic hours, which means that the norms of gender identity for them have been transformed by all the institutions that were in place in East Germany. So I found that interesting in terms of the discussion about norms. And the backlash is also another point I wanted to comment. It's a very worrisome problem in Europe, and I wanted also to mention that it's problematic in some parts of the sub-Saharan countries where there is recent backlash, as you may be aware, in Senegal around homosexual rights, and also around in different countries around the female genital cutting. So we have to be very careful in the way, I think, in the way we advocate for the changing of norms, because there is this risk also of backlash.
Good. If I may take 5 minutes, I want to cover two important questions, the political economy one and the child's perspective one. So on the political economy one, I think there are two important subplots. One is the gender divide. Is there basically a growing divide between norms of men and women, and is this creating a political conflict that is going to be very hard to solve? And the second subplot is about the paternalistic nature of some of these policy interventions that we're talking about that may also create a backlash. On these two things. What do we know about the gender divide? Well, it's actually complicated because it's not easy to measure over the long time the views of the young, the older, the men, the women, in a very consistent way across this question of gender norms. It's funny because yesterday with Piketty and Snia here, we were actually looking at this type of data. And what it shows us is actually somewhat reassuring, which is that on the type of gender norms, so all the beliefs about what should be the role of a woman, or whether jobs should go to men when they are scarce, all these type of questions have been asked consistently now about over 40 years in a wide range of countries, and we can measure them consistently and how they've evolved over time. What do we see? There is a bit of a gender divide. Men are slightly more conservative than women everywhere, okay? But what is really important is that gap has stayed the same, and for both men and women, we see the exact same trend in being less conservative, okay? So at least on a clear set of well-measured gender norms, but again, I'll come back to this. They are very specific, these questions. There is a clear indication, and everywhere, that there is no growing gap between men and women on these questions. If anything, our sons are much more liberal with respect to what roles should accrue to women in society than our generation, the generation of fathers and grandfathers. And that's, I think, a very important message. We should not necessarily stigmatize the younger generation. They're much better than us on all these dimensions. But and this is where I think we should be extremely careful, the type of norms that we can elicit over the very long period are essentially the ones that have to do with the role of women. We hardly ever elicit the norms related to what it takes to be a man, what their identity should look like. There is relatively recent work that is extremely interesting by Pauline Grosjean and co-authors around what we could call masculinism, or the norms around the identity, the masculine identity. And they show that actually, yes, when you elicit these norms, they're actually quite different from the responses that you get on the gender norms that we've been eliciting forever, that are mostly around men. So I think there is a fundamental question to see whether now that we're going to be able to measure these masculine norms, they are really showing a divide, but at least on the ones that we can elicit over the long period, there is much less of a divide that one should think, and that's really important. We should not stigmatize the new generation. They're actually good guys, okay? Much better guys than we are. I'm talking about my generation. Okay, so that's one. Second thing is the paternalistic nature of these policies. Do they create a backlash? And what should we think about this? So, yes, you're absolutely right. Actually, the Danish policy I was talking about, if you ask the universe of new parents, okay, prior to the implementation of the policy, there is a majority that actually does not support the policy. Why? Because essentially they say, well, you know, why is the government deciding for us how we should divide care? You know, we should have consumer sovereignty. We should decide for ourselves. Okay. Interestingly, there is a direct effect of the experience of the policy on the support for the policy, and this is actually quite large. Okay, the people who went through the policy are much more likely to support the policy than the people who were not exposed to the policy. So again, what that tells us is that yes, paternalism is always an issue, and we should be careful. At the same time, if you're implementing these policies at a moment where the society is roughly 50-50, you can really tip the whole thing, and then essentially tip into a new equilibrium where there's support. So this support is in itself malleable, and malleable to the policy itself, and that's also a cause for comfort, I'd say. Okay, so that's political economy. Child's perspective, of course, super important and central, basically. The whole reason we're talking about this is that, yeah, we care for our kids, and so we need to know what these arrangements entail for them. The one really important preconceived ideas that I want to fight is this notion that basically trying to fight for gender equality, having women have higher labor earnings, higher social status in the labor market, means a decrease in the investment in kids. Why? Because this is not going to happen. I can tell you why. Because when we look at the long run of history, the time that is invested in children has never stopped increasing. Okay, if you take very low level of development, it's roughly 1 hour of parental care by the couple. It's 4 times this, so it's 4 hours a day at a high level of development. And what you see is that actually the time spent in institutional care is not a substitute for parental care. To the contrary, it's a complement. So if you put your kids in daycare at high income level, you're also investing much more time in childcare. Okay? So I don't think the question is about, we should worry that we're going to invest less in our kids. The long-term trend in history is that we invest more in our kids. Why? Well, because we care about human capital investment, the returns that has, and in our societies, that's key. So I don't think this is going to disappear. Therefore, the key question is not whether we should worry about investing less in childcare. The key question is whether, from the kid's perspective, the time that is invested in childcare by the father or the mother has different impact. And this, basically, is where the research is fundamentally actually inconclusive. It doesn't seem that there are fundamental differences in brain development, in child development, when the time that is invested is done by the father relative to the mother. And that, I think, is really the important question that we should ask.
I think we ignore some of the questions, and we have like 3 more minutes left. Do we have some other question that we can take? Yes. Thank you, very interesting.
Hi, thank you. My name is Jacqueline Leduc. I'm from the Global Alliance for Care, this famous multi-stakeholder platform. So we are a network of more than 350 members. We have national, local government, civil society, a lot of academia too, and philanthropists to really put together everything which is related to care. And I want only to about some comments about the presentation. Thank you so much. It was a very interesting panel. And it's about the, when you talk about child, parity in the North countries. We know that is when you think in Africa in this same data, it's 0, but when you use the time poverty about use time service, in Africa we know like there is 3 or 5 more times that don't pay care work. And this is the thing you say, in Africa the mothers, they go to the market with their baby. They don't have child care system, so they go to the baby from 2-3 months to the markets and they work in informal economy. So this is still a big burden in care responsibilities, and we know that now the GDP, it's also thinking about care, and now today GDP is 9% of care, so that's nearly equivalent to 2 billion people who are working without any compensation, more of them are women. So I am with all of you research to think in care from that cross-cutting element, because also now we can think in care as also related with climate change, also related with conflicts, related with other things who are have intersectionalities, not only for women, but also for parents and the way we can raise our children, but also not only that, because also we are in demographical trends, we also have people who is elder people, especially in our countries, in Europe, in Asia, and most of the people who are caregivers, they came from other countries. So also we need to think in these care workers who are caregiver from informal economy. And now today there is so many dispositive about that, to how to finance care beyond these past ideas or present. And yesterday you talked about to go beyond GDP. So I invite you also to think in care from that perspective, from GDP's perspective, and to put a care gender lens in your research. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I was my bad. There was little time left. I thought we have more. I was very engaged. Do you want to say a final words on this?
Well, okay, very quickly. I fully agree. Yes, of course, GDP is a totally imperfect measure of the contribution of men and women to broader well-being. 2 quick things on this. Yes, of course, it would be really important to have measures that go beyond GDP, at least to measure the relative input of men and women to all these other things that go into well-being. But I think typically the work that the WIL has been doing is going exactly in that direction, and we should really praise this. At the same time, I think this notion that, by measuring, then we're going to be able to value more all the type of activities that women do, and that's going to bring more equality, has also its limits. Why? Well, because in our societies, the things that create the resources that give you access to power, access to a lot of things that define status and control, are the things that are fundamentally paid. That's labor market outcomes. And therefore, even if we measure the time that is spent in care work, unless, that corresponds to actual control over resources, that's not going to change drastically the condition of women. So unfortunately, we need to give them access to those positions in society that give them access to the control over resources and power.
Thank you very much. It was super interesting panel. I hope you have enjoyed as much as I did.
Hello, everyone. I think we can start. I'm very happy to welcome you to the session on class conflict on a warming planet, which will be moderated by Amori Yetin, who is a researcher at the World Bank Development Research Group. Amori is the Political Cleavages and Redistribution Coordinator at the World Inequality Lab, and his research focuses on long-run transformations in the world economy, including the dynamics of political conflict in modern democracies. So please give him a warm welcome.
Hello everyone, thanks so much for being here. I'm happy to welcome you for this session on class conflict and the global left on a warming planet. We have about an hour and a half. During this time, we'll try to think about the politics of global justice and global equity. Just as a quick reminder, the Global Justice Report proposes a new policy agenda for global justice around the world, based mainly on a global justice fund that would be financed through progressive taxation and invest in education, healthcare, and the environmental transition. And critically, for today's discussions, the objective of the report is to do so in a way that would benefit at least 90% of the world's population, including more than 85% of citizens in rich countries. So it seems like this would be a policy proposal that should garner a lot of support. However, we're definitely not in a great space these days for in politics for such an agenda to flourish. And so I'm really excited to talk about the politics of global inequality today with our four speakers. I hope we can tackle two sets of questions. First, what explains the recent transformation of global politics, the rise of the radical right, challenges faced by environmental movements, but also some progress that they've made recently. And second, given that difficult context, how can we think about building new coalitions or even perhaps rebuilding existing ones so as to bring about, generally speaking, a policy agenda that would be favorable to global justice and equity? So to tackle these questions, I'm extremely happy to welcome our four speakers. Grace Blakely is a socialist author and economic commentator. Her most recent book is Vulture Capitalism, Corporate Crimes, Backdoor Bailouts, and the Death of Freedom, which was published in 2024 and won the 2025 Ellen Meiksins Wood Prize. She's the former economics commentator for The New Statesman and a former research fellow at the Institute of Public Policy Research. So let's welcome her warmly. Our second speaker today is Julia Cagé. She's a professor of economics at Sciences Po Paris and a research fellow at the Center for Economic Policy Research, where she is leading the research and policy network on media plurality. She's the author of The Price of Democracy, How Money Shapes Politics and What to Do About It, and more recently, a history of political conflict, elections, and social inequalities in France from 1789 to 2022, so a very long-run perspective on the structure of political conflict in France, which would be really interesting to bring about in context today. So let's give her a big round of applause. Third, Dina Freeman is an anthropologist and professor of global studies at Shanghai University, as well as visiting senior fellow in anthropology at the London School of Economics. Her work combines anthropology, political economy, and global history to analyze the world as a single social system. Her latest book is The Global Left in a Multipolar World Towards a Planetary Politics of Justice and Survival. It's right here. And I hope all of you will have a chance to talk a little bit about the books that you've written very recently. Yeah, let's welcome her. Finally, Don Kalb is a professor of social anthropology at the University of Bergen. He is the academic director of the GRIP program on global inequality at the University of Bergen. Don's most recent book is Backlash, the Global Rise of the Radical Right, which is also right here. A very broad book with incredibly interesting comparative perspective on the rise of the radical right in many different contexts, including France, Argentina, India, South Africa. So very, very relevant for today's discussion. So let's welcome Don. Thanks. Okay, thank you so much. So first, I'll ask sort of each of our speakers to give us a very broad overview on today's topic. Then we'll have a conversation of about 30-45 minutes, and finally we'll open questions to the audience. So to start with and open the discussion, I was hoping each of you could give us, 2 or 3 ideas on how you think a successful political movement for global justice could look like in the 21st century. And at the same time, I hope you can give us sort of an overview of how your work directly relates to that question. We have 2 of your books here, and we know that all of you have written extensively on this topic very recently. So I'm hoping we can get insights from you on this based on your recent writings. So let's perhaps start with Dina.
Okay, thank you very much, Amaury, and hello everyone. Really delighted to be here. Hope you can hear me okay. So the Global Justice Report, which I think is excellent and stimulating and a really fantastic document, could be seen as a manifesto of a global social democratic left, right? We haven't talked too much about left and right in the conference up to now, but these values of equality as opposed to inequality are fundamental values of the left as opposed to the right. So I want to bring that left discussion in here and then think, as indeed what my book is looking at, what might a global left look like in today's world, in the 21st century, in the context of a rising global right, in the context of an urgent climate crisis, and in the context of the erosion of democracy in many, many countries. So I want to make just a few points to get us going on that. And the first one might sound a little bit controversial, but I want to say that left activism at a purely national level doesn't work anymore. The era of the purely national left is gone, is dead. It actually went in about the 1980s with the beginning of neoliberal globalization. So what do I mean by that? First of all, we need to remember that the period in the 1950s and 60s before that, where we built our welfare states in Europe, this was built in a time of colonialism, and much of the wealth that was able to be redistributed around the European states and to the European working classes was extracted from the global south. So that's just sort of number one to remember. But then in the 1960s, there was actually a very interesting report written by the Trilateral Commission, which are a group of elites from Europe and North America and Japan, called the Crisis of Democracy. And what that crisis was that there was too much democracy. From their perspective, there was too much democracy. The workers, people, labor were demanding all sorts of things, which was making the economy not efficient enough, meaning it got in the way of their capital accumulation. And this built on the thought of Hayek, right, one of the authors of neoliberalism, who basically devised a way to bring the economy out of democratic control, which was to take it away from the national level and up to these global level. Okay, so that was the building of a particular form of global governance, right? There could be other forms of global governance, and the bracketing out of all sorts of economic issues from national politics. So in doing that, they killed any possibility of a national left, because you don't actually discuss economic issues in national politics anymore. And that's the sense that many people have of, well, whether I vote for this party or that party, it's all the same, nothing really changes. So I think we have to recognize that and remember. So things have moved on since then, right? We are now in a somewhat post-neoliberal interregnum, not quite sure how to describe it, world. But it hasn't been the left that got us there, right? The national left largely couldn't do anything. We got the kind of Blair, Starmer type of left that we have in the UK and many other countries. There was an attempt to forge a global left, right? Which was what happened in the World Social Forum, where social movements from all around the world tried to get together to form some kind of global left. Very interesting initiative, but ultimately didn't work. Ultimately, people couldn't come together under a shared platform. There was just a lot of talking. So what did challenge the neoliberal global order? So it wasn't actually the left as such, but it was the global south, right? And in particular, China and BRICS types countries, who essentially struggle if the order of the neoliberal capitalism, which we can call a globalist global right, trying to bring the whole world under one economic order controlled by capital and largely northern capital. So these countries from the south managed to enhance their sovereignty and struggle to bring back the surplus value that was produced by their labor, that instead of it getting sucked over to the capital from the north, would be controlled by capital or state in the global south. And in so doing, some of these countries managed to get rich and powerful and began to challenge the order, the neoliberal order. And what I would argue has happened since then, I mean, we'll discuss this more, but the rise of the right is essentially in the north, basically they copied what was happening in the south. So that's how I would see Trump and Erdogan and all these others in the global north. What's happening now is a sort of a sense of economic nationalism with national elites trying to control the surplus value of national labor and as much other labor as they can. So we're now in a position of interstate competition. And we have a battle between what is essentially a globalist global right, which is the neoliberals, and a sovereigntist global right, which is the radical right and the Trumps and so on. But we don't have a global left. We just have a battle between two global rights. So what I want to argue is the key thing that we need to do is work out how to organize a global left to challenge both of these global rights. And just very briefly, I will say that there are four key elements, I see it, to any kind of global left activism today, which we need to work out how to combine, which is class struggle, anti-imperial struggle, climate and ecology more broadly, and democracy. And we need to work out how to combine these four, because historically they've all been quite separate struggles. This is actually something that I liked very much in the Global Justice Report, because it does try to combine those four. And as we heard yesterday, we need to think about sequencing, right? In a very complex process of system change, where are the points to leverage for change, and in what order should we leverage those points? And just briefly, I want to suggest that we actually have to struggle, we have to take the global before the national or the local, right? So we need to think about how to democratize a global order, how to equal out power between the global north and the global south, or the east and the west, to bring about some kind of global democracy before we can deal with the issues within our own states. And that's quite counterintuitive in many respects, but the global order has sort of blocked national action. So we need to work on the global level and then afterwards on the national level. And I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dina, for these thoughts. Perhaps we can give the mic now to Don.
Oh yeah? Oh, I thought that would be at the end. But well, very good. Now let me be very dialogical. Also in relation to the sessions yesterday I attended. So I thank you, Dina. I agree. I think for 75% with what you say about the priority of the global. No, I think 50%. The priority of the global. And the reason for the 50% is that I think entirely dialectical about this, and also about the multi-scalar dynamic that we need.
Your mic's not on.
Mic's not on.
Try that one.
This one works? Yeah, oh yeah. Should I start anew? No? I want to actually start with David Adler's contribution yesterday, which I thought was provocative and generative. So David said, you start with national sovereignty. And that was a rebuke, in a way, to the tactics of the report. I agree that it is very important to fill up that potential utopian position of a global left. And I think the report is doing excellent mythic work there. And it's important for the left to have that mythic position occupied. So there we are. It is a possible ideal. The report is open enough in the sort of tactical dynamics that it proposes, that we can fill up that ideal and adjust it as we go. But it's important that that global position is taken, right? That is, let us say, 50% of the 50% of the work already, in a way. But I'm not an idealist, and I'm going to be a little bit provocative. We are both anthropologists, economic anthropologists, Marxist anthropologists, and so we don't deal with individual consumers, individual workers, individual voters, aggregated on larger levels in surveys, but we deal with very real people as day after day they try to reproduce themselves in what I call their webs of life. And their webs of life are spread out these days globally, intensely. We are intensely connected in ways that we very often don't even have an idea about. And the task of a good Marxist anthropologist is to get a sense of that beyond what people themselves are much aware of. Now, I talked about David Adler and national sovereignty. I think that symbol of national sovereignty is a symbol of the 60s and the 70s, right? And it was an effort. It was a post-war effort after the Keynesian welfarist and socialist states to build up national economies, to reappropriate these national economies at a moment of crisis in a democratic socialist sense. But I totally agree with Dina that that moment has evaporated. It's over. We cannot go back to it. Our webs of life are very global, inevitably. So that's my starting point. What I do emphasize as the essential property of the left and the global left, and any sort of local, national, global left, is the importance of the concept of popular sovereignty, right? So not national sovereignty, popular sovereignty. The problem of the popular is, where does it start, where does it end, who is in it, who is not in it, what's the content? And here we have seen an intensifying fight between, well, neoliberalism, a declining and parochializing national-based social democracy in the context of, you know, the world system that Dina sketches, and a nationalist, radical, quite often increasingly fascist right. And we all know that it's, you know, the backlash, that it's the fascist right that has sadly been winning. I agree with Dina that this is sort of scripted in the system, that the national, that the right-wing, the radical right-wing definition of what the popular is should be winning as, you know, globalist neoliberalism loses its legitimacy and national social democracy is becoming ever more parochialized and this is the essential thing, increasingly captured by highly educated elites. And of course, you have been doing work on that too. Now, I'm afraid that the report is still slightly captured by the highly educated elites. And those who are going to profit from the shift in the report towards more education and health is us. Let us be very, very open about that. And I think that the material-immaterial contrast that's being drawn is not helpful. It is quite unimaginable that large majorities of the population in the world will not do any material labor. Right? It's quite impossible to imagine. Our lives depend entirely on plantation work and agriculture, mass manufacturing, mass mining. There is no way to escape that, neither in the future. And the AI future is not going to solve this. It's going to intensify it, right? And we know that. So, and here's the key issue. And it's the key issue why the left has alienated majorities of the population. The left has ultimately allowed what I call the double devaluation of large segments of the working classes and of large spaces, provincial spaces, not metropolitan spaces where the universities and the cosmopolitan classes are located, but the provincial spaces. And this has been happening basically everywhere in the world. But of course the global north and parts of the global east are heavily hit by it, right? And so this is our deep and fundamental problem. And I say doubly devaluated, I mean that these spaces and these working class populations have been increasingly been disinvested by capital, disinvested by the state, and increasingly been criticized by an urban, metropolitan, cosmopolitan left that doesn't like how they eat, doesn't like that they smoke, think they shouldn't drink, and they're very annoyed by the fact that they use cars. And a couple of other things, right? And so there is an implicit rejection of, of big segments of working classes, provincial working classes going on in the left, that if we cannot turn that around, we are in terrible trouble. And that terrible trouble is described in this book here. The global left is an important position. It's a position that can be filled up by a dialectic between local, national, regional. I missed yesterday also in David's talk the regional level. I think world regions are identifiable clusters of relationships, of production and social reproduction. There's a certain coherence quite often there that can allow lefts to be coherent in their own way and address regionally embedded problems. That is true to some extent for the EU too. I agree with Grace that the EU is a neoliberal institution, but it's not only that, and there is more possible. So local, national, and all sorts of democratic and cooperative reappropriation of surplus value, translated not so necessarily so much into exchange values and into wages, but in actual use values that are publicly supported, that might actually be created with the help of publicly produced money. I do think that central planning as an idea, not necessarily as a historical practice, is underestimated, certainly when it comes to large-scale economic transformations like the electricity, like the energy transformation. So I think these are elements that we can help to build up a global left that stands with its feet on the ground of the actual webs of life that people are living in. And I think that's the start of an anthropological contribution to the global left.
Thanks so much, Don and Dana. That was very interesting. So I want to start by saying I really liked the Global Justice Report. And I really liked the Global Justice Report because, to me, it effectively envisioned the end of capitalist social relations, or at least their transformation so as to become completely unrecognizable. And the reason that it did that is because it effectively imagined the end of imperialism in the form of unequal exchange, monopoly capital, the exorbitant privilege of the dollar, all of these things so central to imperialism in the world economy. It imagined the end of the particular relationship between capital and nature that has obtained throughout the history of capitalism, where capital gets to treat nature as a free gift. That's over. And I think most interestingly and most importantly, it imagined a fundamental transformation of the capitalist state. If we understand the capitalist state, not as a kind of neutral tool you can pick up and use to do stuff, but as a social relation that is basically a terrain of struggle between different interest groups, this report imagines a state and kind of supranational institutions that do function as these kind of tools that we can pick up and use to do good things. So my question when reading the report was really, okay, how do we do this? How do we imagine, how this might happen? Because, you're not going to get the end of capitalist social relations by asking nicely. And I think leading on from what we've just heard, do we start at the global? Do we start at the national? The problem we have to confront is it doesn't really matter what institutions we're looking at. We don't have a revolutionary subject. We don't have an agent that can exist and operate in any of these institutions to push for the interests of the majority over the minority. These institutions are systematically dominated by the interests of those with the power. So how do you construct that revolutionary subject? I mean, this has been the problematic for the left, arguably since its origins, but certainly since the 1970s when you had the neoliberals really kind of responding to this crisis of ungovernability, as you were saying, Dana, by fracturing working class power. But I think, the neoliberal project wasn't just about restoring the power of capital over labor by crushing the labor movement, by, unleashing the power of finance and monopoly capital. I think the really important thing that we need to understand if we're considering this problem of how we construct a revolutionary subject or a left subject or agent is this project of neoliberalism from below. And this is actually what I looked at less in my last book, but I'm looking at in a new book, is how this project of neoliberalism from below has transformed the way we understand ourselves, our relationships to each other, what it might even mean to participate in a social movement, what politics means, and also what we understand as ourselves, right? Now, neoliberalism from below was basically about the spread of market ideology, this idea that, the way we understand markets and kind of academic economics can be applied to every area of social life. This is what Thatcher meant when she said, the method is economics, the object is to change the soul. The neoliberals were convinced they needed to create different kinds of subjects to make their project kind of self-sustaining. And they did this extremely successfully. They spread this market ideology, which I'm looking at in the book, I argue has 4 main components. The first is individualism. This obviously comes from kind of the idea of methodological individualism in economics, but manifests in this idea of kind of the homo economicus, the entrepreneur of the self. You know, you're seeing yourself as this isolated individual operating in this market system. Then you have competition, obviously very important in academic economics, less so in actual capitalism, but also very important in terms of the way we see our relationships with one another in neoliberal societies. Commodification is the third, you know, the idea that everything becomes a commodity, commodities become fetishized, and depoliticization. So, you know, in economics, there's not really, in academic economics, there's no real place for politics. Instead, politics and economics, markets and states are seen as separate spheres. And as a result, you get these kind of depoliticized subjects. And this was really successful. This spread of market ideology, we saw the kind of transformation, even of the way we talk about ourselves and other people, right? Instead of workers, we become entrepreneurs of the self. Instead of citizens, we become consumers of public services. And instead of communities, we get households. All of these are terms that come from academic economics and come to kind of colonize every area of our social lives. But obviously this way of thinking and speaking about the world wasn't just, you know, a process of brainwashing. It wasn't just spread because our elites all decided to speak differently and then we adopted that. No, they really successfully transformed our worlds to make it the only way that would make sense to us, so that market ideology was the only thing that made sense when we came to think about ourselves, our attitudes to work, our relationships to each other. I think, you know, one of the easiest ways to understand this is by looking at the process of kind of the adoption of student loans, right? We get student loans because academic economists tell us that the individual should see themselves as human capital, and they should treat their decision about whether to get an education like a business deciding whether to invest in a new factory. You compare the costs of the investment today with the net present value of the returns you're going to get from that investment over the course of your life, and then you make a decision as to whether or not that's going to be valuable. And if you remove the price mechanism entirely, then you remove the price signal. So that's not going to work. We can't have completely free education. Equally, we can't have no access to capital for investment because that would restrict investment. So we need student loans. But then once you're given a student loan, this becomes obviously the dominant way of organizing access to higher education. It just makes sense for you to think of your decision about whether or not to get a degree as a business deciding whether or not to invest in their capital. Suddenly there's this, you know, objective set of reasons that exist in the real world to change the way that you think about yourself, so that you start thinking of yourself as a mini entrepreneur or as a piece of human capital, right? And you see this transformation take place throughout the whole of society. You know, Thatcher's big thing was privatizing social housing and giving the working class access to social housing. Again, that was about transforming them into kind of from workers who would see their interests as aligned with those of other workers, and that you would only be able to achieve increases in your living standards by organizing with other people to demand higher wages. Instead, when you own your own home, when you own your own private pension, you become a kind of mini capitalist whose interests are tied to the kind of ups and downs of financial markets. Again, that encourages you to think much more in terms of market ideology. And at the end of the day, we end up where we are today, and I think this is reaching its apogee with Gen Z, with a world that is dominated by the logic of the market, in which you see yourself as an isolated entrepreneur, consumer, competing with other individuals to survive. It reaches its apogee with hustle culture, with, you know, the rise of the social media influencer who measures their value in terms of the number of likes they have, with the changing way we relate to dating, such that it's an app with an algorithm where you have a value as a piece of human capital, and it yields immense amounts of loneliness. I think this is at the root of the kind of loneliness crisis we face today. It also really encourages a lot of like stress and mental ill health, because you're constantly feeling like you're struggling to survive, to compete, to get to the top all the time, and nobody's going to be there to support you if you fail. But it also destroys our capacity for solidarity, to organize with other people to change things. It's affected the left too, because instead of seeing ourselves as part of a kind of broad project to build collective power, we start thinking about our individual actions and how we eat and do and be, and that being a kind of moral signifier that determines whether or not we have access to the left, broadly speaking. But I think the real profound shift that market ideology has led to, and which has given rise to the far right, and which is something I'm looking at in my next book, is that it made us all feel immensely powerless. Because if you are, and this was of course the point, right? If you are just an isolated individual confronting the biggest and most powerful institutions on the planet, whether you're a worker working at Amazon trying to confront Amazon, whether you're an individual isolated citizen trying to confront the state, you are alone and you feel powerless. And this sense of powerlessness has spread throughout every area of social life. And the right responds to it really effectively. I have a friend who's an anthropologist who argues that fascism is founded on this idea of the worship of power for power's sake. It doesn't matter if the fascists don't make sense, if the way they speak literally has no meaning. What matters is that they project a sense of power. You know, you were talking about the way that the left is kind of, you know, like judging people for what they eat and whether they smoke and how they drink. You know, the right self-consciously adopts the idea of like, you eat meat, you like drive a big car. And that doesn't really mean anything beyond an identification with power that makes people who feel powerless suddenly have a sense of their own significance, of their own power. It's the same thing with patriarchy, with identification with the nation state in the form of nationalism. And we don't really have an answer to that. And I just want to end by reflecting on the birth of fascism. And in fact, the term itself, because this obviously comes from Italy, from Mussolini. And Mussolini, a former socialist, a former trade unionist, self-consciously makes use of a metaphor that first comes out of the trade union movement. Because the fasces, the symbol of the fascist movement, is this bundle of sticks tied together with an axe in the middle, right? And the idea behind this is that if you have one stick, it's very easy to break it in half. But if you have a bundle of sticks all tied together, you can't break it, and you can use it as a weapon to kind of beat your opponents. And that symbolism is to say when we're alone, when we're isolated, when we're divided, we're weak, but when we're together, we're strong. That is the same symbolism used by the trade union movement, which Mussolini would have known very well. One finger is easy to break, a fist is very hard to break. And this, I think, is why fascism, it's what explains fascism appeal today in a society of isolated, atomized individuals feeling that they have to compete with one another to survive, because it provides a sense of collective power. And that, I think, is something that the left has, to some extent, lost. We think much more in terms of like individual choices and decisions, individual votes, rather than how we build collective power. And not just in an abstract way, but how we give people a sense of their power through organizing in collectives in their own lives. So this is a question of how we build power and community and solidarity in our workplaces, in our communities, and on the streets. And I think any left project, any vision for the future has to start by answering that question of how we can empower people, not how we transform people's subjectivities as the neoliberals did, right? Because they were able to go into these institutions and change things to change the way that we think about ourselves. We need to start with people. We need to start by transforming that sense of subjectivity, by giving people a sense that there is an alternative. You don't have to be all on your own competing with other people to survive. You can join a trade union, you can join a tenants union, you can join a cooperative, you can join a social movement, participate in this process of collective change. And what I found in my research is that when people do that, when you give people the option, rather than saying compete with your colleague to get that promotion, you instead say, why don't you try organizing to demand higher wages from your boss, it very quickly shatters that neoliberal subjectivity. Because people aren't, I mean, you're an anthropologist, I don't know if this is true, but my sense is that people aren't really built to compete with each other within their social group all the time. We're built for interdependence, for cooperation, and I would argue for solidarity. And so I think, you know, the extremely laudable aims of this report need to start way further down with thinking how we build these locuses of class struggle, of social struggle more broadly, that are rooted in people's lives and in a broader project of building solidarity and collective power.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. So I guess now I am the one with the French accent in the panel. No, I am glad to be there. So now we have the Global Justice Report, and I think this is a very, very good news. And the big question, and I guess this is the one you asked Amaury, is how do we make it happen? Because this is the important thing. We can be very happy about it in this room, and I guess we all are very happy about it in this room. I can tell you that a lot of right-wing journalists are very unhappy about it, which is also very good news. But then you want it to happen, because at the end of the day, these are not just a great set of ideas. This is a necessary transformation for the future, like 100 years, okay? So what do we need to do? And I guess the first thing that we need to do is that we really need to win the public debate fight, okay? In a sense, the departure point is that people are selfish, in particular in the global north, okay? So do the global south deserve more? Yes, for sure. Is that fair? Yes. Do we have a huge debt toward the global south? Yes. Would people only buy this argument? No. But the good news is that in the Global Justice Report, what is shown is that more than 90% of the people in the global north will benefit from that. And in fact, at the end of the day, if we want to be completely realistic, it's not 90% of the people, it's 100 of the people. Because if we continue as of today with the kind of footprint that we have, like the planet itself is going to disappear. So even this 10%, so we still have the billionaires who believe that they will fly to Mars. Okay, let them try. Very often they even like fail to send like something in the space, but they can try. But I guess that overall, even like people that are rich, they might win for that. But just, I guess we just need to convince those 90% in the global north that will benefit from it. Is that easy? You might say, yes, like in a rational world, you know, 90% of the people, they benefit from something. You go, you have an election, they vote for this thing. Unfortunately, it's a little bit more complicated. I want to just give an example. Like Lucas, Chancel, and Thomas, like yesterday they were on a public radio to defend the report. And one of the journalists was very concerned about something. He says, okay, I like the report, but you know, people are going to work less. So they are going to produce less. But we need money. So where is the money? So you know Thomas, you know Lucas, you know after 2 days of conference, let's tax the rich, no? We should tax the billionaire. And then the answer of the journalist say, yeah, but they won't like it. But the truth is, why do we care? Okay, in the democracy where the billionaires represent 0.1% of the population, if they don't like a policy that is defended by 90% of the population, we shouldn't care about the fact that they don't care, okay? Even like very simple 101 political science class, median voter theorem, 50% of the people, it's enough, you know, to go for a policy. So why is that so complicated to win this public debate fight? Because this is not just about democracy. This is about the fact that democracy is captured as of today. So I'm the one who did not bring my red book. It's a nice book. And the subtitle of the book is How Money Shapes Politics and What Can Be Done About That. I think we have at least 2 issues and perhaps even 3. First issue is the media. Okay? As long as we don't have a global model to better protect media independence, journalist independence, and put an end to the ownership of the media by billionaires in all the countries of the world, because this is true exactly the same way in the global north and in the global south, we will have a very hard time to convince politicians to implement policies that favor the majority of the population, first thing. And this is not so complicated to do. Okay, we know how to regulate a lot of industry. We should regulate media concentration. Okay, but we just need to put that issue at the very top of the table, first thing. Second thing, we have a big issue with the way we fund democracy as of today. Like the way we fund political parties, the way we fund political campaigns. Not only do billionaires, as of today, they fund political parties from the right, but the bad news, before you were mentioning Tony Blair, I think Tony Blair is the start of the end of the Labour Party in the UK. You know, he called that the new Labour. I think it should have been the death Labour in a sense. Why? Because for the very first time, if you looked at the funding of the Labour Party in the UK, starting with Tony Blair, it received more money from private donors, in particular millionaire and billionaires donors. At that time, there were not so many billionaires in the world. Let's say millionaires donors, and much less funding from the unions. And this big change in the funding structure of the labor parties also had a big impact on the policies defended and implemented by the Labour Party. You have that in the UK. Of course you have that in the US. You know, who is the last Democrat in power in the US who fought to regulate the funding of American politics? The one who tried was Bernie Sanders. And he said that, and Bernie Sanders, when he went and campaigned in the US, he said, I'm not going to accept any donations above 200 euros. Obama did not do that. He fundraises a lot. He received a lot of money from large donors. And you know, now a lot of people say, yeah, we should consider the trade-off between not talking too much about social issues and more about inequalities. And the left might have forgotten inequalities because they were caring about like women's rights. Before we were like talking about like women equality. But that's not true. Like, it's not because the left started to consider like fighting more for minorities, more for equality, more for women, that it stopped talking about inequalities. It stopped talking inequalities the day where it decided to receive the majority of its funding from millionaires who did not want it to be taxed. And this is super well documented, you know, in the literature. Hein? You have even a lot of survey about the preferences of billionaires. And if you survey the preferences of billionaires in the US, you look at the preferences of Democrat billionaires, Republican billionaires, they differ on a number of dimensions. There is one dimension on which they do not differ: they don't want to be taxed. But then if you want to talk about redistribution, it's a little bit hard. So second thing that we should do is that for sure we should regulate the role played by money in politics. Okay, this is not super sexy policy. You know, you're a politician, you are not going to campaign saying that I'm going to cap political donations. But in fact, you should. AOC in the US also does that. But we really should do that, because as long as we don't take seriously this issue of winning the public debate fight, even if we convince a lot of people that they will benefit from that, we will lose the electoral fight. So we can always go like the revolutionary way, but I do prefer like peaceful solution. So I guess it's better to improve the way democracies work than to say, okay, let's do it in another way. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say, because we were talking about the global left. Once upon a time, the left were doing much better. Everywhere, you know, in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, like until the start of the 80s, the left did much better. Like, there is also a lot about history in the global justice project. I can like talk about Thomas' history of equality, this long run towards equality. Okay, we have made much progress over the past centuries, but now there is a reversal, in a sense, from an historical point of view. And what is the main issue for the left of those today? If you look at the data, so allow me for a couple of minutes to talk about France, because France, it's a very interesting case. In France, when the left was doing very well, like quickly, like between World War I until Maastricht Treaty, like 1990s, it was a time where there were a political alternance between the left and the right, and basically a complete bipartition of the French political life. And now we are back to the situations that we observed historically at the end of the 19th century, start of the 20th century, that we observed again since the 1990s, which is a tripartition of the political life, with the left, with the right, and with the center. What did happen in between is that as of today, the political fight is no longer only about like income and wealth. It's about income and wealth and urban-rural. The importance of the urban-rural divide is much higher today than it was 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago. It has been increasingly growing in recent years. I talk about France because we wrote this book like about French politics, but these things you see that a lot. If you look at the data for the UK, you see that. You look at data for the US, you see that. This like rural-urban divide. Why does it matter for the left? For two reasons. The first reason why is that, in fact, if you look at the way poor people vote today, you have the urban poor people who vote for the left, and you have the rural poor people who vote for the radical right. And it's very important to understand why these rural poor people, they vote for the radical right. When you look at the data, they do not vote for the radical right because these are bad, selfish people, like that do not have trust in anything, or because they do not like foreigners and they're all racist. They do vote for the radical right because of issues linked to income, to wealth, and to public services, and in particular, public services deprivation. Okay. So what it means is that at the end of the day, the left has a lot to say to them and should be able to convince them, in fact, to be back. Why is the left doing so poorly, in a sense, at convincing these like poor rural voters to vote for it? There is one important aspect, and one thing that we document very well about France, but I think it's not only about France. If you looked at the structure of the political conflict over like the past 200 years, at any single election, there is a negative relationship between income, wealth, and voting for the left. This is true. This was true historically. This is true today. You know, poor people, they vote more for the left. Rich people, they vote more for the right. There is one exception, which we see also in every single election, like in France back to 1974, it was René Dumont, the French like presidential Green Party candidate in the world. It was in France. For the Green Party since 1974, for every single election, you have a positive relationship between income and voting for the Green Party, except at the very, very top. Okay, if you look among the top 5 or top 1% of the population, perhaps this part of the population, like, they really think like green, like it's really like too much on the left. Okay, so there is a drop at the top of the income of the distribution. But for the rest of the income distribution, the higher the income of the people, the more they vote for the Green Party. This is very strange, because this is completely different with what we observe for the rest of the left. Why is that the case? And why is that also with respect to that matter? I guess the Global Justice Project make a very important contribution. In that until now, green parties are being enabled to talk about climate change in redistributive terms. And we should only talk about climate change in redistributive terms. Let's think about like a progressive tax. There is a good reason why you have progressive taxation, okay? You don't want to tax the same way the first euro of revenues, 100 euro of revenues, 1 million euros of revenue. And at some point also you want to have tax rates that are at like 90 or 99%. Just not to have like too high incomes, okay? It should be exactly the same thing for carbon emission. Look at the numbers. Like there is a report and there are a lot of associated papers. Look at the numbers. Even in a country like France, rich country, where people do consume a lot, the bottom 50% of the population, you look at their carbon footprint, they are already at okay level for the world sustainability. Everything is driven by the very top. So what we really need to do is to limit the footprint of the very top. Why are we doing now in the public debate as of today? And why do the rural poor, they vote for the radical right rather than for the Green Party? It's because we are telling the rural poor, oh, that's very bad. You have your house, your own single house, you have 2 cars. That's super, yeah, you have 2 cars. There is no public bus, there is no transportation, people they need and go to work. We are going to tax a little bit the price of oil because you should pollute a little bit less. But those people, perhaps with 2 cars, I'm not saying that we should have 2 cars, okay? But if you live in the middle of nowhere and you need to go and work and you are a family, in today's situation, you might need to have 2 cars. The good solution is not to tell these people, you are responsible as of today of climate change, but this is to tell these people, okay, let's try to see what we can do about car electrification, like driving like smaller cars. But the big issues are those people that just take a plane to go to Barcelona for vacation. They pollute more. And those people with a pool in their place, and those people with the very large cars in the US, and those people that travel all the time. So let's not tax at all the very first like carbon emission, but let's have it very progressively. And because like in this case it's not only about taxation but it's about climate change, I guess the tax rate at the very top should be 100%. Above a certain level, you can no longer like pollute because the planet cannot deal with that. And I guess the solution for the global left, in a sense, is that first of all we should have like one left. Like this divide, you know, between like Socialist Party, like a Green Party, like Communist Party. At some point, you know, in particular in places when you have this tripartition of like political life, it's a nonsense. Okay, like it's better to find like a good like path among a left rather than to have like 10 different political parties. But the second thing, I really think that in terms of the way we talk about politics, we should stop telling poor people you are the one responsible. We should have a progressive view of how to fight against climate change. And this is super important to be done. Yeah, I guess I'm done with that.
Thank you so much for these thought-provoking opening remarks. So we've touched upon many things that I hope we can cover: social movements, organizing, collective power, the global and the local, the rise of the radical right, challenges faced by green parties. So I hope we can talk about all of these if we have time. And to start with, I'd like to think a bit about social movements. We're in a global economy that is more integrated than ever, more interconnected, as we've said, but it's at the same time remarkably fragmented. We're in a context of deindustrialization, service sector diversification, very low unionization rates in many countries now, and at the same time geographic polarization, as Julia just mentioned. However, we do still see a large rise, actually, in recent decades in social movements. They've become more frequent around the world. Think about the Yellow Vest movement in France, Black Lives Matter in the United States, or in the Global South more recently, for instance, youth mobilizations in Nepal or in Madagascar. But these new social movements tend to somewhat be less durable and struggle a bit more at institutionalizing themselves, developing themselves, and sustaining their influence, and as a result, some of them have been somewhat less effective at bringing about political change and changes in people's views on politics. And the Global Justice Report rightly mentions that social movements are sort of at the heart of mobilizations and efforts towards equality in the past centuries. So my question for you is, what new forms of mobilizations or perhaps intermediary bodies or collective structures can we think about that could contribute to rebuilding collective power and popular support for local and global justice initiatives? Perhaps we could have Grace first on this.
Yeah, sure. So I feel like the one thing that I really want to push back on whenever I'm on a panel like this is when I hear people say, we should do this, or the left should do this, right? Because it's very easy for people in our position to make statements like that because of the way our own subjectivity works, right? We, in one way or another, have some sort of proximity to or influence over political structures that could theoretically affect change. Like for some of us, this report will influence media debate, it will influence political parties. We can say things to politicians who may or may not decide to take up our ideas. We can propose a platform for the left, mainly left political parties, that will have an influence one way or another. And for most people, that attitude towards political power would be extremely alien. Power is not something that you have, political power, let's say, the power of a political party, of a government, that is a power that is primarily wielded over you. It's not something that you feel as though you're able to influence. And that, again, is very much a legacy of the transformation of subjectivity that we saw with the rise of neoliberalism. The fact that increasingly you confront political power, economic power as an isolated individual, and your entire life is in one way or another out of your control. This was a point I made in my last book, Vulture Capitalism, which pushes back against this idea that capitalism is a system that can be defined by market exchange. It's actually a system defined by domination and coercion, and I argue a form of kind of oligarchic capitalist planning that leaves most people with very little power over most of the decisions that impact their lives, whether that's as workers, you know, their lives dominated by their boss, whether it's as, you know, citizens, like you don't really feel like you have that influence within state institutions anymore because the kind of collective bodies that once represented you within those institutions have been destroyed, and you've been kind of reconstructed as this like atomized individual confronting these institutions from a profound place of disempowerment. So I think, you know, if we want to do any of this stuff, like if we want to propose any platforms for how the left should respond to X or Y or Z, that has to start not from the level of policy change, but from the level of how we re-empower people to start participating in those debates once again. And I think that also has an impact on what we were talking about the public debate, right? You know, the public debate about a policy like this. The right is really effective at basically like ignoring this idea of the public debate. The right like flourishes when the media talk shit about them, the far right. They love that. They love it when, you know, they're told that they're idiots and outside the establishment and whatever. And they've really mastered this tactic of speaking to people directly and saying, if you hate all of those people in those glass houses, in Westminster, in Paris, in boardrooms at Davos, if you hate those people, then join with us and we'll all protect each other and fight back on the streets, in your workplaces, in your communities, wherever, through this political party. And the left, too often, we're going into these spaces, we're going into the media being like, this is my argument and this is why you should agree with me and treat me nicely. And we don't like it when we're kind of scorned by the media, but that's something that we should increasingly accept and try to speak to people directly, try to like find a way to really re-embed ourselves in these communities. And one of the best examples of, I think, that I've seen of this recently is the PTB in Belgium, who have this really fascinating, interesting model of reviving an old communist party by building grassroots power, by building power in communities and workplaces, on the streets. They have a fascinating model that goes back to the very origins of the party, of having doctors that are aligned with the party placed in communities that support people with issues around occupational health and encourage them to connect their ill health with, for example, their conditions of employment. There was another really fascinating, I was on a panel with Peter Mertens of the PTB, and he was talking about how they managed to build a really strong movement against the far right in one community by having an action at a local swimming pool that the local government was saying it was going to close it. And they basically had an event at the swimming pool where they got everyone in the community to come down and say, we're occupying this place and we're not letting you close it. And through these like small actions of building power in people's communities and people's workplaces, they create this sense of collective power that allows people to see themselves as part of a movement that is pushing for change, not just voting for a political party that's going to do nice stuff for us, because that's the same kind of paternalistic, disempowering relationship that got us here in the first place. But it really starts with this process of, okay, how do we encourage people to see themselves as part of a movement and build collective power from the very, very ground up? And often that means kind of starting in places that we're less comfortable, having conversations in places that we're less comfortable, not necessarily on political panels or in TV studios or in the corridors of power, but actually going out into these places, into the rural areas, for example, where people have been kind of forgotten by political elites for a very long time, and having those conversations around, okay, so your rent's been raised by your landlord for 3 years in a row. I know a bunch of other tenants who are also really pissed off about that. Why don't you join this tenants union and we can start thinking about how you can change the conditions of your existence. And that process of building collective power is the only sustainable foundation for the creation of a left political party. If you start from the top, you're not going to get anywhere. There has to be that foundation. And to be honest, as someone who was organising in the Labour Party with Jeremy Corbyn, trying to push back against that Blairite mandate, that was the biggest lesson I learned. You can't start from the top with this project of we're going to save you all. You have to put power back in people's hands first.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Oh, working? Yes. Yeah? I totally agree with that. I'm very happy you're saying it, and it's also great that you are saying this from, you know, Generation Z or whatever. Millennium. Because I wouldn't be able to do that. But it's important to be acutely aware of our moment in time, I would say. And so it's quite easy for the left to continue talking as if we are in the late 1990s. The global social forum, the global left movements, all the globalism. It's very easy for us to continue as if we are still in 2019, which was a very sort of left-wing moment, and very soon after that we had Black Lives Matter. It was a very ecological moment. But I am afraid that we are more in 1914 than any of those dates at the moment. And so what I would like to see is an anti-war movement, an anti-imperialist movement, an anti-military movement. We're being pushed by our capitalist elites in our states into ever fiercer confrontations and despising our enemies. This is becoming a very insidious process and getting out of control. So beyond what we know in the left, feminism is important as a movement, the green movement is important, multiculturalism is important, anti-racism is important. We have those things. Let us not continue to repeat that, but be aware of the moment in which we are, which is an incredibly dangerous moment. Right? So imperialism and war is proliferating. There is no reasonable end to that logic in view at the moment, and we really need an anti-war movement. So on top of the democratic socialism that, as Grace says fantastically, I think, needs to anchor our actions in the use values of the everyday in communities and bring them together, scale them up into larger agendas. We have a lot to learn there. I don't think we are strong there anyhow. On top of that, there is this big global thing happening, which is still, of course, about capitalism and still, of course, about the green transition. Putin, not for nothing, declared in 2008, I mean, this is a carbon-producing and exporting biggest nation on earth, saying if there is no place in the future cosmopolitan green world for Russia, we could as well blow it all up. Well, this is my sort of translation of it, but that was the sort of sentence that he spoke. Saudi Arabia is not a fan either, right? There's a whole set of nations there for which there is, in fact, in our green feminist future, very little future. There's very little reason for them to sign up to that, right? And the US is by now also in that place. So we are in a very, very, very dangerous moment. That's one thing. And then the other thing is, don't forget that. So I worked a lot in Eastern Europe, and I lived for 15 years in Budapest. Much of my work around 2000 was in Poland, and I was interested in privatization and class. And what I ran into was the rise of the Polish right, of an angry nationalist right against liberalism, primarily. I mean, there were no immigrants. It was not about xenophobia, not at all. It was a social movement, potentially fascist social movement on the right that was about building power in communities, right? And so Eastern Europe is really, I mean, our geographies are always enormously important for what we see, what we think, and how our concepts are formulated. I think the report is, as usual in the global left, very much located in the transatlantic Western world, connecting Western Europe with the US and Latin America in particular. But the further east you go, the less sort of vital is that agenda, the less it speaks for what the directly politically articulated grievances and problems are in those areas further to the east. And Eastern Europe is one of them, right? And so don't forget that the fascist rise, apart from the psychological phenomena that we see in the Western fascist movements, right, which are very much, of course, about social media, and I think that Grace describes the dynamics there fantastically, better than I could do. But the original rise of the right happened in Eastern Europe. It was a working class movement, and it was close to fascism, and it had nothing to do with anti-immigration. Right? So we should be very much aware of that community thing, and the left should reappropriate that. But again, coming back to my original thing, linking, the sort of Zoran Mandani democratic socialism, feet on the ground, affordability, etc., with that keen awareness that we are perhaps more in 1914 than in 2019.
Okay. Okay, so I agree with what's been said before, find it very interesting and want to add to it rather than disagree with it. But I really want to come back to the left activism has to be multi-scalar. It has to be at all these scales. It can't only be at the local. The local is phenomenally important, but it's not the end of the story. And the national is also phenomenally important, but it's not the end of the story. And so I put the emphasis on the global just because not many other people do, right? But it's not to say that things only need to be at the global level, but we tend to forget it. And it's also more difficult to think about how to organize at a global level. But as Don has said, in our contemporary period of geopolitical tensions, we can't forget the global level, right? The global or the international is incredibly important at the moment. So one thing I wanted to say about that actually comes back to a point made in the Global Justice Report and that I've made elsewhere about thinking about the development of democracy at the national level and then thinking what we can learn from that for the development of democracy at a global level. Seeing essentially democracy as the way that the working class or labor gets power and political representation and is able to bring about change, right? That's why we are interested in democracy, if you like. So whilst we seem very stuck in the situation that we are now, if you go back to the beginning of the 19th century in Europe, things also look pretty stuck. You had essentially 2% of the adult male population with the vote and no one else. And yet, somehow or other, 150 years plus minus later, we have more or less universal suffrage, which was what was necessary to bring about the sharp decline in inequality that Thomas and the team have obviously documented. So, how was that possible, right? How did society, people manage to get that 2% to essentially give up their power? And there's lots of studies about this. There's lots of academic studies, and ultimately there's sort of two elements. One was massive strikes and social movements and activism from labor, and the other was a split in the elite. That tends to get less focus on. But you had the landed gentry, the old elite, and then you had all the new factory owners, basically, of the Industrial Revolution, who were the kind of new elite. But by the voting rules of the system, votes were based on land ownership rather than on wealth. So they were also excluded from democracy. So they had something, they chose to align with the working class in a struggle against the old elites because they would benefit as well. Now, why am I talking about all of this? Because I'm wondering, can we see any parallels with that in our new kind of global structure? Okay, who are the old elites? Who are the new elites? How do we transpose this to the 21st century and a global question of democracy? And so here I would say the old elites are the West, Europe, America, most of us. And the new upcoming elite, the equivalent of the entrepreneurs, if you like, in the old story, is essentially China and many of the other large countries rising up in the global south. And if you like, then the workers is the broader global south altogether. So I think that the left in the West has to actually do some soul searching of how to think about China and how to think about the BRICS and the larger global south countries as agents of change and as allies, right? And the report talks a lot about creating a non-imperial world order, a flat world order of reparations, but actually how do we take that seriously, right? And rather see that some sort of benevolent global north is going to make this happen for the benefit of the global south, it's not going to work like that. It's going to be the powers from the global south that have leverage in the global system to make things move. And it's about forming, whether they decide to form alliances, essentially, say, with the US or the global elites, or with the global south and a global left. So in our current order of very nationalist thinking, it can feel almost, unpatriotic for left in the West to think about allying with China or BRICS or the global south, wherever we want to sort of put that where boundaries. But ultimately, in terms of shifting the global system and the international order, right, a bunch of grassroots social movements will play some part in that, but it's not going to play enough. There has to be, you have to look at which agent has both the power and the incentive and the motive to change, and then think how to sort of work with them, leverage with them to bring a change in a direction that's good for everyone. So yeah, I think that's an extra part of the story that we need to bring in as well.
So I would be super short to leave time for questions. But I guess if your question is how can we make social movements happen, my answer will be that we need to free time for democracy. And to be totally honest, as a crazy researcher working in academia and very glad to be here on a Saturday morning, for a while, the part of the global justice project I was least convinced about was this idea of only, between quotes, working 1,000 hours a year. And this corresponds basically to like half a day, 5 days of work per week. What am I going to do with the rest of my life? I was a little bit afraid. Would that be compulsory or not? Would I be able to show up in office anyway? Okay, let's forget about me. And I guess let's forget about anyone in academia. First of all, at the end of the day, like when we say that even in France, 35 hours per week, as I reminded very well this morning, is not 35. Like for women, is much more than that. And then, like in fact, the real working time of people is even like much more than that for a lot of people, in particular for people that are like blue-collar workers, that from time to time they need to work in the morning, and then they need to work in the evening, and in between, they have 1 hour or 2 of commuting time. So at the end of the day, I guess the big issue we have today with democracy and social movements is that people do not have time. When you work as crazy all the day for a very low wage, at the end of the day you are tired. You have no time for anything, and very often you come back home so late, that you cannot even take care about your kids because you are just trying to make your life. You cannot be involved in grassroots social movements. And yesterday, Isabel Ferreras was there, and she's pushing a lot into this direction with others. I guess the only way to have people involved in democracy is to give them time for democracy. And if we want people to have time for democracy, they need to work less. And I think like one very good, on top of the carbon footprint for sure, but one very good argument of like, let's work like 1,000 hours per year is to say, yeah, the rest of the time, what can I do? I can try to change the world. I can be involved in social movements. I can be like do more in political parties. I can set up a political party. I can push for a platform. There is a lot of things that I can do, and I think we should really take advantage of that. But we should also really have in mind. You are telling us like, why are these social movements as of today no longer long-lasting? Take the yellow vest, and at the end of the day, the yellow vest movement, for the people, they stop working. But when you stop working, you stop being paid. Like just going on strike. Okay, you have the right to go on strike, but when you're on strike, you are not paid. At the end of the day, it's a big sacrifice, in particular if, again, you don't make a lot of money. So I guess we need to find a way to free time for democracy, and decreasing the overall working time would be a good way to do so, and an additional reason why we should go towards this direction, in my view.
Thank you so much for these very complimentary insights. So I'm very sad because I had many other questions and I could stay hours here talking about these, and I'm sure everyone here would too. But we have about 10 minutes left, so let's take perhaps 3 questions and have our speakers answer them. Okay, so one here.
I see 4.
Yes. 4 questions?
I see 4 questions.
Oh, okay, let's take 4. And please be short, thanks.
Hi, and thank you very much. This is going to be short. I'm interested in the idea of the combination between class politics and the environment, which has been predominant all week, and specifically as a political entity. So I wanted to ask, well, Grace and Julia, because you mentioned it in France, and obviously there's been the UK local elections, and in the UK,
Can you speak up?
in the UK, the Green Party has done extremely well. They've managed to take the narrative away from Labour in terms of working class and taxation and all of these issues. Is that a coincidence? Is this because of Zach Polanski's presence? Is this actually that there's a narrative that's combining the two that's really successful? And is this possible in France? Because in France we talk about écologie punitive, like the idea that you're sort of using the environment to impact the working class, and we got the Gilets jaunes. So, and the Green Party in France, frankly, is not doing anywhere near how it is in the UK. So, how would you respond to this? Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
So I have a question more so on what Grace and Don were discussing. So in Poland, where I come from, but also more broadly, I would say across the former Eastern Bloc, the spread of the market ideas and the entrepreneurship in the 1990s was really highly transformative for a lot of communities, and it brought a lot of wealth to people that were previously impoverished. So in that context, how would you guys see this kind of bottom-up social democracy? In particular, I'd be interested in like industrial communities that, like as you, Don, mentioned, are really the foundations of our society. So the agricultural workers and the miners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. And thank you, panel. I'm Jenny from Fight Inequality Alliance. Mine is an invitation, I think, and this panel's been great and crystallized a few things bubbling in my mind the whole conference. I suppose mine is an invitation as we construct this strategy, which is thinking of things from when we're constructing global, or the strategic questions between national to global, local to national, the things you've been deliberating on, that we allow the space and the centering of the efforts already underway from across parts of the global south, and center that in our deliberations. We as Fight Inequality Alliance have been involved in one such effort called We the 99 as one example. So just for us to be very aware as here in this space with this group of people, the analysis, the strategies, the perspectives, the identities we're centering, because there is a lot already out there that's not surfaced in this space. So just an invitation.
Thank you. Perhaps the last question.
Yeah, thanks. I just was wondering, given that we're talking about global movement and potentially connected to anti-war, anti-imperialism movement, how important or even desirable you think it might be to build on the emerging movement against Israel policy in Palestine. So, Palestine has not been, very featured in the last 3 days, at least as far as I understand. I see the Global Justice Report doesn't refer to it, but I was wondering, given the amount of energy that has actually brought about across a lot of generations, particularly Gen Z, but not only, how important that could be. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let's have your answers.
Shall I start then? Oh, I have you. Yeah, thanks for. You addressed me directly with the Polish question, I think, right? So you deserve to get an answer to that. Yeah, so 1989 has become inscripted in global memory, in global left memory, as a liberating moment. democracy, open society, etc. Now, I would say that 1989 was a supreme capitalist moment of socialist states going bankrupt, being indebted to the West, including to the IMF, socialist parties, really existing socialist parties, cracking down ever more, extracting ever more surplus from their populations in the late 70s and 80s, and transferring that to the West, and then snapping. It's important that you keep these different narratives separate and that you understand that the dominant left memory of this is about democratization and liberation and emancipation from rigid bureaucratic hierarchies. But in the early 1970s, before this process started, the legitimacy of East European really existing socialism was not low, was not so much lower than capitalist social democracy in the West. Now, so what you got after 1989 is a fast privatization, a fast neoliberal moment, starting at a condition of these societies that is much worse than in the West. So a fast destruction of productive power, a fast abandonment by states of populations, massive dispossession and massive devaluation. Now, of course, a lot of people getting rich between not in the early 1990s. The early 1990s was spread out poverty everywhere. But from about 1998 onwards, there are people getting rich. And they, claim civil society heritage, the democracy heritage. But there is still a lot of people until about 2010. And then we speak about 20 or 25 years of a downward spiral that are very angry. Now, the left has not been good. Here's where I connect with Palestine, by the way, with Gaza. The left has not been good in the last 25, 35 years to actually generate anger. Indignation, yes. Indignation, yes, because we must be hopeful. We subscribe to liberalism. Liberalism is a hopeful institutional process that is future-oriented. The future is ours. And we push everything into that sort of, indignation in relation to hope that we actually have. But we are very bad at dealing with large groups of people who are actually very angry and want to smash things. But that was the situation in Eastern Europe, except that they had been made mouth deaf. They had been silenced in the 1990s and early 2000s, and that is where the very much working class and provincial right-wing backlash emerges at that point. And in that sense, it is interesting to realize again that Eastern Europe was not a laggard as compared to the West, but in fact the avant-garde of a process that was going to happen and roll out in the West as well, right? So in the late 1990s, we were having a lot of discussions. I do it in 3 minutes. We were having a lot of discussions in Eastern Europe whether they would actually catch up with the West. And there were some critical voices that said, no, the West is going to catch up with Eastern Europe. I think in retrospect that is correct, politically speaking, and in some ways politically, economically speaking, and politically, culturally speaking. Now, the Gaza genocide is a point where the left can finally get angry and see that there is not necessarily a hopeful liberal future there, because most of the hopeful liberals are denying that there is even a genocide going on, right? And so that's where I will stop in my 3 minutes. So capturing the anti-imperialist, the genocidal, and the pro-abandonment, austerity, fuck you all, we're looking for a Malthusian correction in the world. That sort of a thing, we need anger, right? And that is what the left should allow itself to get. And then one more word about nostalgia. I think we are all nostalgic. None of us actually believes very much and that capitalism is going to bring a lot of new fantastic use values to us. Be honest, right? And that is actually quite a global condition. So this is the point where the left must start.
I'm going to try and answer all those questions in what is a kind of, thought that I've just been forming as I was listening to them, which is that what we're talking about when we think about the process of the creation of this movement is this idea of moving from the working class or the popular classes or whatever you want to call it, from a class in itself to a class for itself. It's a process of class formation and of the construction of the idea of a class interest. And this is a really important process, and it happens, you see it happening in real time among capital, right? For example, there is no pre-existing understanding among the diversity of the capitalist class as to what constitutes the interest of capital. That process takes place through dialogue in think tanks, in the media, in industry bodies. All of these entities allow diverse individual interests to kind of come together and begin to articulate what for them might look like a class interest. And it's a kind of, dialogic process. It's almost like Habermasian process, which doesn't take place at the level of the whole of society, but does take place in this process as you move from a class in itself to a class for itself. And that is, I think, where we need to start thinking about these debates taking place, is how does the interest of this class get formed? And we're starting from a point where we all consider our own interests in highly individualistic terms. We do, for better or worse, see ourselves as these like Homo economicus. Our understanding of what constitutes our own interest is almost like this rational, disinterested calculus of costs and benefits, right? And there's a danger of importing that view into this process of class formation. The idea that we just need to have a cost-benefit analysis, analyze what's good for us, and analyze what's bad for us. And that's not really gonna work, because if you just take a cost-benefit analysis and you say, what's the costs and benefits of like ending capitalism and replace it with something else, it's impossible to do. It's impossible to know the benefits, but it's very easy to mass up all the costs. So as part of that process of class formation and of debating issues like how does the left relate to environmentalism? How do we relate to anti-imperialism? How do we think about international solidarity? How do we think about movements in the global south? There has to be a reshaping of how we think of our interests. And instead of being like, I am just thinking about my little individual personal cost-benefit analysis, we need to begin reconstructing ourselves and our identities as part of these movements. When we're thinking, like an injury to one is an injury to all, as the labor movement that gave us social democracy and democracy thought, right? And that, of course, it came out of a different type of society, one in which there was more social capital, one in which we all understood ourselves as interdependent and had these much more organic relationships with one another. And when you do that, when you move from that subjectivity based on individualism to one based on solidarity, it's just, there's no question about whether or not the left should be advocating for climate goals. Like, obviously, we are all going to be better off to collectively and individually in a world that is decarbonizing for so many reasons that I don't need to list because they'll be in the Global Justice Report. Obviously, solidarity with Palestine is just a sine qua non, and we see this today in little nostalgic throwbacks to a time where we thought of things differently, in the actions of dock workers in Italy refusing to load weapons going to Palestine. Not because they're these amazing, kind people who were like, I'm going to sacrifice my own interests for these people halfway around the world, but because they saw themselves and their own interests as part of a class. And that is a hangover from an older time when that way of thinking about ourselves and our relationships to one another was much more common. And I think that's where we need to start as the left, is reconstituting that idea, that identity that is based on solidarity instead of individualism.
Okay, so just in the probably -2 minutes that I have left, I agree with that, but I just also think we need to do this across national boundaries, right? What we actually need to be constituting is a global movement, and whether it's the global proletariat, which didn't really get created by global unions and the trade union movement, but it's also rather wider than that. It's not just working class, it's not just people with jobs, we have the precariat, and essentially we sort of have people, communities, people, indigenous people in the global south, in the global north. So as Sean Lazar, who's one of the contributors in my books, writes, in the end we have a struggle essentially for life itself, right? Just for survivability and life itself. But bringing, creating this new identity on class lines rather than national lines. So our solidarity and even our way of thinking about the world, if we can increasingly move away from which country we are, what we're doing in our country, how our country relates to other countries, to thinking indeed on transnational class lines. Because as Grace says, the transnational capitalist class has done a great job at uniting and coming together in think tanks and networks and working out a sort of shared identity and a shared approach and shared problem solving and ideas. But the global south, the global left, hasn't done that. The transnational class of the people, for want of a better term, hasn't yet done that. And this is, there was attempts through the World Social Forum, which I think we shouldn't just write off, but perhaps think about how to improve and how to reinvigorate and how to make it lead to action. And just the final word is, one thing we didn't talk about here was the concept of transnational political parties. And this is something that with DM25 that I've seen you be involved with, but also Heikki Patomäki, who's another contributor to my book, has talked about global political parties. So how we build up from that grassroots, but then form those connections across national boundaries to new institutional formations that can push for change. Thank you.
So I guess I don't even have 30 seconds, so I will take 10. It's okay. No, I would finish with Thomas' questions about the UK and the green. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I really think that if we want the global justice project to happen, and I guess we all agree on that, we need to go the green way, we need to go the Polanski way, the Mamdani way, in a sense. And it's good to see that there are still good political leaders that can do well at elections, even if it is still mainly locally in the UK as of today. I would finish by a disagreement. It's perhaps not the best idea I have, but I guess we should also start locally, even if we need to have a global approach. You have local, national elections, and we also need to convince one country after the other. Given that we are in Paris, if I might finish with a French note, in a sense, the good news that in France, in less than 1 year, we have elections. The bad news is, no, there is no bad news, and let's hope the left to be ready for that.
Thank you so much. Our time is up. You're all welcome to have lunch, and let's warmly applaud our speakers again. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm just going to give the floor to Marie-Renée Andrescu, if you're ready. So we can get started because we're already starting a bit late. And please give a warm welcome to our moderator.
So, hello everyone, and welcome to what is going to be the last panel of the World Inequality Conference. I hope you all enjoyed until now the lively discussions we've been having and all of the insights you might have acquired during the conference. I also hope you might still have a bit of an attention span for me and for my wonderful panelists here, because we're going to handle perhaps one of the most important questions that remains. Can we make global equality true, or is it going to just remain some sort of utopia? So, what we have seen during this conference is that the shape of global inequality has changed dramatically over the last century. During the past, we had the extractive and imperialistic system that was colonization, that was replaced by a new world order, based on more insidious, extractive, and, well, maybe just as dreadful capitalistic models that reproduced global gaps, even if we had global institutions put in place, such as the United Nations, that were supposed to handle this rise in inequality. So nowadays, and especially in the last 5 years, these institutions have kind of shown their limitations as free movement of persons, free trade, international law. All of these elements, all of these concepts have become challenged. So this, coupled with the urgency to address the climate challenge all throughout the world, raises the question of what new world order can we institute to make sure that we indeed reach global equality. So, I am part of the World Inequality Lab. I have contributed to the Global Justice Project, and as part of the Global Justice Project, we have a solution. And this solution is the creation of the new international institution dedicated to global socio-economic convergence and to financing sustainable development throughout the world. That is, we have a name for it. It's not very original, but it is. It's here. It's called the Global Justice Fund. So I strongly encourage you to read about our solution, because this fund is supposed to be financed by both a global wealth tax and a global income tax. And what is this institution gonna fund, according to us? Well, all of these public goods that countries need in order to improve the inequality situation, and that sometimes are getting lost in translation because we are looking for other interests. So I am talking about health expenditures, I am talking about education expenditures, and of course about the very essential climate investments. So how can we turn this idea of a global fund, the international fund that has been, well, we have heard the criticism that might be a bit too idealistic. How can we make this into reality? How can we turn an utopia into real global equality? So, in order to operationalize a global equality, we have to ask the questions of institutions. So what institution can be put in place, but also what challenges we will encounter not only at the global level, but also at the national level. So I'm not gonna give you any answers, just to be clear. The 4 people here are gonna be the ones debating which the best solutions are. So I'm just gonna give you a small introduction for all of them. So just next to me, we have Christian Olaf Christensen. He is the professor of intellectual history at Aarhus University. He has been a principal investigator on a project on how intellectuals from several countries, including Argentina, Ghana, India, but also from the United Nations, were thinking about their own unequal world. Recently, Christian has been thinking a lot about global inequality. He has been publishing 3 books. In November, he published In Defense of Economic and Social Human Rights. In February, he published, if you're interested and you know how to speak Danish, a very interesting public science dissemination book, which is titled We Wash Down Global Inequality with Oysters and Champagne. I kind of want to read it. And it's a research diary based on his experience in Denmark, the United States, and India. Then in March, and he's going to tell us just a bit more about his latest publication, he just published Designing Global Economic Equality, which is going to look at the intellectual history of the UN. And we're here shortly for you. So a big round of applause for Christian, please. Okay, next to Christian, you would have recognized perhaps Branko Milanovic, who is an economist and research professor at the City University of New York. His work has been focusing on global income inequality and its historical evolution. If there are economists in the place, and I hope there are, you will know him as the first theorizer of the elephant curve on the unequal distribution of income growth. And he has worked recently on improving both the historical measures of inequality and our understanding of its political consequences. So let me hear you for Branko. Afterwards, you have Lea Ypi, who is a political philosopher, and Ralph Miliband, professor of politics and philosophy at the London School of Economics and Political Science. She has been doing tremendous work on justice, democracy, and political thought, influenced by, well, her philosophy background, but also by her personal history of living through the Albanian transition from the communist regime to post-communist life, which is the basis of her very well-known and acclaimed book, Free, Coming of Age at the End of History. She has since published other books that I also encourage you to discover, such as Indignity, a personal favorite, and has been working on the concepts of freedom and democracy in the 21st century. Come on. And then last but not least, you might have seen him around during the past 3 days. You have Thomas Piketty, who is an economist, a professor at both the UHSS and the Paris School of Economics. He works, what a surprise, on inequality, wealth distribution, and political economy. He is also a co-director of the World Inequality Lab, and, if I dare say so and use this expression, one of the founding fathers of the Global Justice Report. So, thank you. So now that we have welcomed everyone, the thing that I want to hear about is what have we learned from the past? What do we know about the institutions of global equality? How have they worked? Where have they gone wrong? And I think I have a uniquely positioned person next to me, Christian, who will be able to talk a bit about his book on the intellectual history on the UN. So, Christian, how come we got this to this place?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. I hope we can try to follow up on it. I just want to start first by saying thank you for this wonderful invitation. I'm very honored to be here and be part of this panel. I had to post it on social media a while ago. That's where all the discussions about global justice and global inequality take place, or maybe not. And someone wrote back to me, but Christian, this is like the Champions League of academia. And I had to write back to him, yes, you're kind of right, except it's the final of the Champions League. So here we are, and just so happy to be here, and I learned a lot from reading all three of you. I also learned tremendously much from participating and listening to all these wonderful presentations during the last couple of days. And I think, and that comes from scholars and practitioners and international organizations, people, human rights people. I just learned so much, and I think it reminded me of something, which is that I think this is part of what I like to call a global inequality enlightenment project, because I really think that this is what it is. It kind of is in the spirit of the Enlightenment, that it illuminates different things which are just fully wrong about the world, brings out new knowledge, resources, and also it's about a new kind of future making, which I think is really strongly present in the Global Justice Report. So I think what we're doing here is a continuation of an enlightenment project. I'll try to connect the book I wrote with the Global Justice Report by also trying to see it in kind of through the lens of intellectual history. So kind of taking a little bit of a kind of step back from the present, if you will. Now, if you look into the Global Justice Report, there's what I think are two central pillars for how to design global economic equality, which should be there and are there, hopefully and luckily. So the one is that there's global egalitarian norms. That is, that there are certain ideas about equality, universalism, and global justice. So that's the one, I think, central pillar when we think about how to design for more global economic equality and justice. And the second one is that there are some really strong, powerful, what I call global egalitarian political instruments. And there's wonderful details about the setting up of a new fund and about how all this will work with a new tax on wealth globally and income, etc. So there's strong norms and there's strong instruments. Now everything has a history. I have a history, you have a history, things have a history. The Global Justice Report also has a history. And I'm not, I think, referring to the 1,000 hours of work which must have gone into creating this wonderful thing. No, it also has a history in the sense that you can see it, I think, as the latest iteration in a long series of attempts of trying to design for more global economic equality. And as it turns out, that is what I wrote a book about. And the book is a book about United Nations intellectuals and the different ideas they had to try to create more global economic equality. And they were operating, I think, within some very strong norms being articulated, which were about universalism, international human rights, and it was a very strong anti-racism also articulated by UNESCO in particular after the end of the World War II. So those are the strong egalitarian norms. And then they were trying to design global economic equality through, I think, especially first, 3 specific instruments, which, and that's kind of simply put, but maybe it's okay to be to simplify a bit. So one is development, this idea that in the future we could become more equal if all countries will develop. That's one idea. The second major instrument they had was something we could call international redistribution. And already in the 50s there were really fascinating development economists, and they were writing about how they could scale up national welfare from welfare states to the whole world, and they had this vision of what they called a welfare world. It doesn't sound too bad, I think. And they also had other ideas about the world social security system, was one of the Indian economists who wrote about this. And then the third, I think, more radical idea is everything which could be brought under an umbrella of restructuring the international political and economic system. And that could go into lots of different directions with international development finance, with better deals for developing countries, with reconfiguring the international economic order. So those are 3 instruments. Now I'll try to just be brief and point to 3, I think, important conclusions from the book. The first conclusion is this one, namely that when we talk about rising inequalities, and we've been debating inequality, and you've been debating it a lot for the last couple of decades, I would say on the basis of the book that these are what I call alarm bells, which were sounded a very long time ago. The past intellectuals that I look at were deeply concerned with inequalities. Not just poverty, but specifically they were concerned with inequality. That goes for development economists, it goes for people in the World Bank, McNamara, writing about inequality. It goes for African, Caribbean, Latin American intellectuals. It even goes for the 1960s Catholic popes who were talking about inequality, taxing wealthy individuals, taxing corporations, and talking about how the world belongs to everyone and not just to the rich. The second point, which was brought up really brilliantly last day in one of the sessions, is that the 1970s were a decade of what I think was an apex of these ideas to create more global economic equality. And it was also the unmaking of global egalitarian politics at the time. People were obsessed in the 60s, 70s with what they called a widening gap. The widening gap became this kind of dominant trope for speaking of inequality within and between nations that spread across large different types of literatures. There was like a conference in 1971 in New York on development, not much unlike this one, you know, getting together the most brilliant development economists and international organizations, and they were looking into a future of a widening gap, and they were discussing some recent proposals for how to create more global equality, and they were thinking, you know, even if we do this, we're looking into a widening gap in the future. And so we have discussions in the 70s of corporations, but we talked a lot about the other day. Massive discussions of human rights, which were really central. There were important reports which linked together the attack on global inequality with the defense of international human rights, and which specifically said that inequalities within and between nations were the key hindrance to realizing economic, social, and cultural human rights. There's the 1974 new International Economic Order Declaration, which was in many ways very ambitious. But all of that, for different reasons, kind of fell apart in the late 70s. And that's why I see this window of opportunity which was there for creating a more equal world was kind of closing. And famously, Ronald Reagan comes out of a North-South meeting in 1981, and now he says that the developing nations, they need to embrace the magic of the market. And Raoul Prebisch, who was one of the main architects for thinking about a new international economic order, he says, we Latin Americans, we must simply wake up to the facts. The center, they're simply not interested in our development. That leads into a new phase. We can call it neoliberal globalization. In the late 90s, a new idea emerges also among United Nations people. It's called inclusive capitalism. And it sounds like a good idea. It sounds nice. Inclusiveness sounds nice. But when you look at it, it's not that nice. It's kind of a hollowing out of some of the more radical ideas. As everyone can be lifted out of poverty, but it doesn't want to say anything about wealth or taxation or anything else. And now we're here. I'm moving real fast towards the present, where we recently see a lot of attacks on everything which has to do with internationalism. So the third and final conclusion. So this is kind of a pessimistic story. I don't know if I'm a fan, in particular, of the rise and fall of global egalitarian ideas. But I think we can still learn something from this history, and we can learn something from it because it's also an important battle of ideas. And there will be a new and extremely important battle of ideas if something like global justice projects are to succeed, and it will require a kind of reigniting this global enlightenment project that I just all of a sudden made you all part of. But ideas do matter even when they seemingly seem not to work. Take a look at the United Nations, which has been critiqued for many different reasons. Politically, it created a space where you could discuss global inequality in terms of ethics and norms. It was powerful in championing norms of universalism, equality, anti-racism, anti-discrimination, and not least international human rights. But also epistemologically, the United Nations at the very start started producing global statistics on how unequal the world was, and in that way contributed to this Enlightenment project. That Enlightenment project today should, I think as also has been seen here, should have its economists, its philosophers, anthropologists, sociologists, its activists, its writers, and I hope so also its historians. So I think there's so much more work to be done, and even if this is a pessimistic story, maybe if we're gonna think about designing new global equality, that maybe we should try again, fail again, but fail better this time.
So thank you very much, Christian. Let's hope not to fail again. So I would address this following question to the other three panelists. How do we not fail again? What should we include as rights, as freedoms to protect in order to make sure that this new global order that we try to implement is not going to fail again? Lea, perhaps you might have some...
Thank you. So I guess I'm a strong believer in learning from previous failures. And so I don't think there is an ideal of rights and justice that one can develop in the abstract without thinking about what went wrong with previous efforts to realize these ideals of rights and justice. So when it comes to global equality, for example, I think for me the ideal of global equality and the failures to realize global equality are connected to the political, economic, and global system that entrenches certain power relations and makes it the case that institutions at various levels are captured by people with more power. And I think in our historical predicament, which is actually not so different in terms of the diagnosis from previous eras of change and efforts to realize global equality, I'm firmly convinced, but I'm very also willing to be challenged, that the source of the problem is something that we call capitalism. And that there are agents within capitalism that fight to entrench certain interests, powers, and privileges. And then there's other agents who lose out of this conflict for many different reasons. So when we think about the history of capitalist development, we, I think, have to reckon with two failures. On the one hand, the failure of state socialism, so the failure of the part of the world that tried to constrain global capital and to come up with an alternative vision of institutions and of politics and organization of society. And the other one, the failure of social democracy, which again was a different path to constraining the power of capital in the 20th century. So I think the failure that we need to learn from is this double failure of the 20th century of what we might call now traditional social democracy on the one hand and state socialism of the other, both of which come out of the internationalist movement that in the 19th century tries to contain the power of global capital. We forget that now we think of social democracy and state socialism as rivals, but actually they have historically a common source in the international that was built out by the working movements, working people association, and the effort that came out from these various iterations of the international to somehow contain the power of capital and to reckon with injustices that it produces, whether in the form of domestic oppression, so suppression of workers' rights and so on, but also in the form of international oppression, so extractionism, exploitation, imperialism, and so on. So it seems to me, I kind of agree with the diagnosis of that movement, because I don't think, although I think capitalism has changed the features, I don't think that the fundamental power dynamics and power relations are so different that we need to invent new terms for what is capitalism. Capitalism is just the power of some people that have capital and exercise that power to capture politics and exercise that power against other people who don't have and only have their labor to sell. And then of course we have, as I say, historically different versions of understanding it. But when it comes to thinking about how do we fail better or how do we learn from failure, I think that the greatest failure of the 20th century is the fact that the fight against capitalism was always constrained by the nation state. And so that both in the state socialism version and in the social democratic version, the effort to fight capitalism was bound up with the institutions of the nation state, and eventually what was a tool for change became inherently desirable and ethically demanding, and so the state then went from being something that was meant to give us a mechanism to overcome capital to being a good thing in itself. And I think this is perhaps, and that's where I think the greatest promise of starting with something like a global justice report and the fact that it identifies international measures and international institutions and ways in which one can kind of come up with coordinated policy to fight the power of international capital, that's a really important element. And I think the next element is to then think, okay, what are the political agents through which one can then implement these policies? So what is the kind of politics that we need to implement this policy? And on that, it becomes much more complicated because unfortunately, while a lot of people now agree that the problem is capitalism, they somehow don't agree that the working class is the agent. And maybe for good reason, maybe this is something that we can discuss. How do we understand the working class, whether we understand it empirically or whether it's a philosophical category that one develops out of a certain analysis of power relations, and so it's not something that you observe empirically. But central, I think, to this work on what is the agent that needs to fight capitalism is identifying the sites of struggle, the actors that could be involved in this struggle, and to just understand that unfortunately capitalists never give up power because they were convinced by the ideas, even if they pretend to do so. That whenever in history we have had concessions by capital, it's because there was a fight, and the fight was usually by people who were not capitalists, even though they might have been using the money of capital. So Engels is a very good example of someone who was actually a capitalist because the money came from his dad's factory, and he sent the money to Marx to work and write on capital. but the agents that were organized, that were being organized, were the agents that were directly affected by the injustices of capital. So I think in our case, the question is, how does one work politically to identify globally agents whose interests and whose oppression and axes of oppression are sufficiently aligned that they can be mobilized around the same cause, even though we can accept that a working person in Germany is going to be a lot more rich than a working person in Albania, and a working person in Albania is going to be a lot more rich than a working person in Bangladesh. And so it's not just about income, and it's not just about fighting for specific concessions related to interest, but more about what kind of world one does want to live and what kind of power one can have to constrain global capital. And maybe this is for later discussion, but I still think that when it comes to them identifying the politics, one can't get away from social movements and political parties and the kind of collective agents that can be mobilized to then try and overcome these constraints.
Well, thank you very much, Leah. Thank you for helping me in the transition towards a more critical view of the Global Justice Report. So if you have seen a bit the press coverage, like our main criticism that we encounter is the question of how utopian our project is, how no one can actually believe these 5,000 euros that we propose per person. So is there any value in creating an utopia? Is there we are creating an idea, is it the right ideal? And how can we operationalize it? Leah has talked about social movements, but I want to hear from Branko because I think he will have a bit of a critical response, and then also the response back from Thomas.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Is this on? It's not on. Okay, well, thank you very much. Of course, it is a pleasure, as always, to be here. This has been many years that we've been trying to do things. Let me start, actually. I want to make 2 points. One is generally empirical point, and the second one is more of a sort of ideological issue that I would like very briefly to discuss. The first point is an empirical, and I start since we are talking all about individual books, I start with my book, which is called The Great Global Transformation, which French presentation would be on Monday, so you're all most welcome to come. We start with New International Economic Order in 1974. And of course, we have all agreed, as Christopher said, actually, it was a failure for many reasons. But, and then of course, it led to the collapse of actually that agreement between the third world countries. It was essentially ended because of Paul Walker, because the increased interest rates, because of the inability of Latin American and East European countries to pay the debt. So that was the end. But I think that today's situation is actually more difficult, and I'll come to that in 1 second. Before I do so, I just wanted to chart for some of you who might not know, although this is in the report, how global inequality evolved from the Industrial Revolution until today. I will not go year by year, which would take many years, but I would tell you that it went up, but there is an underlying reason why it went up. It went up because Western countries became richer, more powerful, technologically dominant, and India and China either stagnated or went down. Then there was a plateau in the from the basically end of World War I until late 80s, and then you have Asia and China coming in. So when you actually study this global inequality, it's not just the numbers go up and then down. You basically have a changed composition of the world and changed power. And I would then quote, actually a quote from Adam Smith, which will now link to my discussion of the report. When Adam Smith writes in The Wealth of Nations, he mentions something that, of course, I've never seen it actually quoted until I read The Wealth of Nations myself, reread a couple of years ago. He says the following: he has the power of European countries has been so large that they've been able to exploit and oppress many other countries. But as we trade more, as we actually exchange goods more, the level of technology, and he's not using the word technology, but he basically means that the level of technology between the two sides would become more similar. And as it becomes more similar, their military powers would become more similar, and we would actually have peace. And why are we going to have peace? Not because we trade, as Montesquieu said, and we become le doux commerce. We actually end up with peace because of balance of power. And this is essentially, I think, that actually we are now at that moment, and that was now I want to move into the second part, into discussion of the report. I like what I've read. Actually, I've read it on the internet. And of course I knew from before many of the things. I very much like that. I think that we should have aspirational reports. We should have what Rawls called realistic utopias. It's actually very useful to have them. We might not agree on all the issues. I had a discussion with Jason Heckman the other day. I might disagree with some of the parts. I think that maybe too idealistic, too unlikely to be realized and all that. However, one thing that I think that the report should have addressed in the very beginning in the opening chapter, and that leads me to 1974. We are now in a much worse situation. To speak of world cooperation, when we have 3 wars going simultaneously, when we have 3 out of 8 nuclear powers engaged in shooting wars, and when we have absolutely no coordination, no conversation between the powers. We have to address this elephant in the room, and that's war. And we have the first thing, it was, I think, similar to 1938, or maybe similar to 1913, the first issue of left-wing movement has to be peace. Because without peace, nothing in this report is ever come close. So, peace, and then we shall start thinking. And then the next point is international architecture. And I totally agree. For example, we should have some supranational organizations, but we should also be realistic that in history, and actually I can start with the end of Napoleonic Wars and World War I and World War II. Big powers play a crucial role in the creation of international institutions. They should be influenced ideologically, and for example, Woodrow Wilson was influenced ideologically. He just didn't come out of the blue. Lenin was influenced when he attacked the League of Nations ideologically. So ideological preparation that this report is giving, I think is absolutely crucial, because we cannot go to these conferences without anything. We have to have an ideological preparation, and I'm in favor of it. But we should not forget that big powers should sit down together. And actually, unfortunately, we cannot even envisage today ideologically a conference which existed at the end of these wars, which created something. And we know all, and I'll stop there, we know that the current international architecture does not at all respond to the real world. It doesn't respond to China, India, Indonesia, Brazil. These are new powers. It responds to the state of affairs in 1945 or 44, but not to today's. And finally, also, just I have to say, I was a little bit irritated during the conference of this constant mention of Global South. The question is, who is Global South? The Global South is a nice word to say, but Global South has now become, it's no longer a small kid that you can call Global South. From the northern point, it's a Global South is a nice guy, but no. Global South, where is China? Is this Global South? Where is Russia? Is Russia Global South? I mean, nobody mentions Russia. It's a big country. You cannot just ignore it doesn't exist. And then, actually, within Global South, there are significant contradictions. We have within BRICS 2 countries that are at war, United Arab Emirates and Iran. So is this Global South? And plus, you have huge contradictions within those countries. Of course, people have talked about that, I have to say. Within India, with class structure, with caste structure, we have problems. Likewise, in China, huge inequality. So the Global South is a nice way to speak when we actually maybe talk about the vote on this particular issue, on that particular issue. But we have to actually decompose the Global South and speak of big countries, their role, and the class structure in those countries. So I would stop here, and that was it.
Thank you, Branko. Thank you all. So let me, I'm I'm the one who's supposed to try to bring the optimistic, view of the future. But of course, I am aware of the fact that there are lots of reasons for pessimism. Branko, you were saying right now the key issue is peace, and war will not lead to anything good. I agree with you. Some people have written books saying that we need war to have reduction in inequality, and it is true that it's after World War I and World War II that we had also complete change in the balance of power between labor and capital and building up of social security system. But I think we can do without war. Some people will say that this is also part, unfortunately, of the catastrophe which sometimes prompt changes and make people aware that the current system is not going anywhere and that you need deep transformation. And I think other catastrophe, climate catastrophe, Kim Stanley Robinson was there 2 days ago, and in his book, In the Ministry of the Future, he has this terrible climate catastrophe in Uttar Pradesh with millions of people killed, which is going to prompt changes together with activists and eco-activists from India in particular, shooting airplanes and so on. So, catastrophe, crises are part of what brings change sometimes, but of course, here we are trying to bring another perspective, which is the perspective of, careful, democratic deliberation and construction of an agenda, of a set of institutions, because we believe that, whatever catastrophe happen in the future, and we are not here to predict what and when catastrophe will happen, but whatever happen in the future, we will need to find solution. And whatever was discussed in the past, has a bigger chance to be adopted than what was not ever discussed. And so we need just to discuss again and again about platform, about institution, because when crises come, what history shows is that, history and the forces at play will have to pick something. They will always pick something different than what was planned before, of course, but, whatever was discussed as, I think is useful. So I think we need to stick to this ideal of collective deliberation. We don't have a World Democratic Assembly. We have just this little amphitheater, but, we have also public discussion in broader forum, in media, even if media, as Julia was reminding us earlier, are very much controlled by billionaires, so this limits, our capacity to spread information. The California referendum in November is going to be very difficult because you have media which are going to push views of billionaires into the discussion. So, okay, we know all of this, but, I think putting this way, this kind of platform on the table is very, very important. Just a few more specific points which make me still, relatively optimistic for the future, and I think, the prospects for more equality and more global economic equality are not quite as bleak as what you might think. First, I agree with you, global south, global north, we should be very careful. We never put Russia in the global south, geographically and in terms of income, that's not, and we don't put China. Usually when we really focus on region rather than south and north, and we generally present all our simulation using 8 large world regions, and the poor regions are, of course, Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. So just to get the map clear, right now, if you take gross national income per capita in purchasing power parity terms, in Sub-Saharan Africa, it's going to be about 250 euros per month. In South Asia, it's going to be 600, 700. And then in Europe and North America, it's going to be 4,000. Okay, so this is sort of the really global, the core of the global south is Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. And then, Latin America, Middle East, North Africa, Russia, Central Asia, are sort of in between the two. And East Asia, of course, is getting very close to the north in terms of average living standards, although China is still behind. So that's how we formulate the diagnostic. Now, what makes me optimistic is, 3 things very quickly. First thing, I think in all regions of the world, if you look at survey or if you look at political initiative, you see that there's a very, strongly rising demand for social justice, and in particular for taxation of billionaire and centimillionaire. It's very striking to see that everywhere you have a huge majority support for this. Whatever the media is saying, whatever resources the billionaires are spending, it's more difficult when it comes to a referendum, and it's more difficult in the US, California, given the structure of the wealth, the structure of the media, and the structure of ideology in the US. But even there, there's a serious possibility that the billionaire tax wins in November, and if it doesn't win, it will probably be very, very close. And that will not be the end. The fight will continue. And everywhere in the world, you have this strong support. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to come simply because the level of wealth concentration and the concentration of power that comes with it, power over the media, power over the political process, has become so visible to everyone that, I think the rise of progressive wealth taxation and billionaire taxation in the 21st century is going to be a little bit like, the equivalent of the rise of progressive income taxation in the 20th century. So, at the beginning of the 20th century, there was no progressive income tax anywhere. And people were saying this is impossible, this will never happen. In the US, it took a constitutional reform of 1913. But then 10 years later, you had top tax rate of 80-90% everywhere, and it became a world movement for more than half a century everywhere. And it had a huge impact on compressing inequality, financing the rise of public services. It was an enormous historical success, and even though there has been some backlash since the 1980s, the existence of some form of progressive income taxation, is still part of the landscape in most countries. It is under attack, but it has been a battle of the 20th century, which to a large extent has been won and was a huge success. And I think the battle for progressive wealth taxation, it's going to be just as complicated as the one for progressive income taxation, but in the end, it will prevail because, given the level of concentration of wealth, I think the social demand and the democratic demand for change from everywhere will be very strong. Second reason for optimism, I think the demand for economic justice and climate justice coming from the global south, so you can translate it the way I defined it before, I think is going to be impossible to resist more and more. And I think it's very interesting. We had this discussion this morning about the global left, and Dina Freeman insisted, I think very rightly, about the fact that the global south is going to have a huge impact on this transformation. It's very interesting. When I wrote Capital in the 21st Century in 2013, and I was talking about a global wealth tax, and everybody was laughing, in particular my dear friends in economics departments. And 10 years later, it was in the discussion of a G20 summit, and it didn't come at the initiative of Europe or European countries. It came at the initiative of Brazil and South Africa, who were pushing very strongly for it. And this is, I think, one of the most important political development of recent years. I mean, the fact that Bernie Sanders is pushing for progressive wealth tax is also very important. If the US was to do something, this would be a game changer. But I think what's even more important is this demand for social and economic justice coming from the global south. And okay, it was not adopted at G20 because Brazil, South Africa did not have sufficiently strong allies, but I think in a slightly different configuration, for instance, if India had been supporting more strongly, maybe with a different government, had been supporting more strongly the movement coming from Brazil and South Africa, it would have been very difficult for European countries in particular to resist. I think China probably also would have followed. China plays a very ambiguous game in all of this, because at the end of the day, I think the ideal of transparency about income and wealth is not exactly their most natural inclination. They believe that with the Communist Party they have another way to deal with inequality. I am not so convinced, but so they don't have this ideal of transparency about inequality, which goes with progressive taxation. But at the end of the day, if this is pushed by Brazil, India, South Africa, they will actually be happy to serve as sort of grand, brother or father or whatever of the group of the countries in the south, just also to upset the north. That will be good enough. And I think many European countries will find it also very difficult to resist. Even in the discussion at the G20 2 years ago, some country like US, partly Germany was quite strongly against. Many other European countries were not completely against, not completely for. So I think when the pressure coming from the global south becomes even stronger, this will be a matter of change. Last point, which makes me a bit, maybe a bit more optimistic. I already mentioned this in the conference a couple of times, but I think the transformation of the international monetary system is going to happen. It's going to happen for several reasons. First, because even the US, they realize that having the dollar as an international reserve currency is simply not working. Given the size of the US economy, which is now very small as compared to the size of the world economy. It used to be 40% of the world economy in 1950. Now it's only 15%. It's going to go down to 5 or 10%. If the entire world is using this currency as a reserve currency, the immediate consequence is huge dollar over appreciation. And even Trump realizes that this is a problem. So the good solution is to have another reserve currency, another international reserve currency. Trump has another view, which is, okay, we have a big debt because of our deficit. We are going to grab resources from all over the world with our military. This is not going to work. This is very disturbing for all of us. But, in the end, the political support in the US for such a militaristic strategy should not be overestimated. I think the US public opinion doesn't want that. This will not happen. And at the end of the day, having another international reserve currency on the basis of what we have, which is the special drawing rights of the IMF, are not perfect. They are not exactly like the bankers that Keynes wanted to create in 1943. But this is a basket of currency based on the dollar, the euro, the yuan, the yen. It will have to integrate other currency. At some point, it will have to be used as a unit of account for trade. And last but not least, after the crisis of 2008 and 2020, there was significant creation of international currency. Sometimes we forget about this, but the total quantity of SDR that was created by IMF, used to be very small until 2008 crisis. It was like less than 0.1% of GDP. It rose to 0.4% of GDP after 2008 crisis. It rose to 0.8% after the 2020 crisis. This was decided through the statutes of the IMF. So in spite of the very plutocratic statutes with most of the 70% of the voting rights going to Europe and North America, it was decided because after big crises like that, even the richest, plutocratic countries, sort of understand that they need to do something. They need to propose something. And I think, again, the demand from the global south, like, for instance, the Bridgeton Initiative launched by the Prime Minister of Barbados from the Labour Party of Barbados, and, political parties are important, transnational political parties even more. This initiative launched by Barbados is supported by the Caribbean Union and the African Union to a large extent, actually asked now for new issuance of SDR, international currency, to do what? To allow regional development bank, to fund for more loans for climate investment. And I think next time we have big climate crisis, and next time Global South is asking at the end for the reparation for climate and mitigation funds for climate, which countries from the north are postponing the time this will come. But at some point, I think increasing international monetary creation, will be so simple to do that, of course, it will happen. Now, my concern is not whether it will happen or not. It will happen. My concern is that we will do too much through monetary creation because, it's so easy. That's already what we did with European Central Bank and Federal Reserve after 2008. And, at the world level, if you just create 2-3% of GDP, world GDP in SDR, okay, this creates a little inflation, but you can pay so much climate investment with this. So, I think the system is much less frozen than what some people imagine. Status quo is just not an option. things are going to change. The US are going to lose their veto power at IMF very soon, you know, because there's a formula, and now they're going to fall below 15% of GDP in voting rights at IMF in coming years because of this formula, which means that they will not be able to put their veto on SDR issuance in the future. And so in the past, you know, you had to wait for Obama administration, Biden administration, Democratic administration to get SDR issuance. Now, even with the Republican administration veto, it could pass. And I think this loss of control is also what explains, you know, the nervousness that we see in Washington these days. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I think this evolution will continue in the future. So, you know, let's be optimistic and participate to this discussion. Thank you.
So before I leave the floor to the questions, because I know there's a lot of people who have a lot of questions, just in a couple of sentences from each of you, don't make me go over time, please. Could you talk a bit of what the global order, a global order that's democratic would mean? Because we have seen in our panel yesterday, my colleagues Gaston Nieves and Paula Druschker were showing that voting rights in this in the international organizations were actually reproducing unfair power dynamics. Then we also have this question of the referendum now that we are introducing about wealth taxation. So how can we think of a democracy at the international level? And, well, any volunteer to start?
Should we go one by one like this in the order?
That's a really good question. And I see myself more as a historian of people who've make thoughts about this than someone who has spectacular good ideas about how to create this in the future. I wish I had really good ideas, but I think some of the proposals in the Global Justice Report, they look really, you know, they look strong and promising in terms of thinking about global democracy. I think my only kind of addition to that, I would still think institutions also in a broader setting, and I think one thing which would need to be thought way much more about in the future also is how to create a system which was also like really be good at explaining why equality is such an important thing, to work more on what I talked about before with norms and principles and etc. And I think there's for a while now been some missed opportunities about strengthening also the whole vocabulary of international economic and social economic cultural rights, which I think would be important to try to create more equality and to make sure that people get basic necessities, and that's a strong language for trying also to speak of those parts of what should be part of a stronger international order.
Well, I think to some extent I already mentioned what I think, but let me put it like that. I think that the reports like this one and others are extraordinarily important in setting the intellectual climate so that when people have arguments or negotiations or conferences take place, they come with some strong ideas, not all of which are implementable or likely to be implemented, but at least they exist. Now, when it comes to reality of how I think the new order, new international economic and political architecture should be created, I do not think at all that sort of global society and sort of referenda and individual organizations are going to have a role as such. They might have, again, a role through intellectual influence. But the real decision would be in the hands of states. So it would be an international new order, not a supranational new order. And even when you look, actually, I was at the 80th anniversary of the Bretton Woods Conference, so I actually read a little bit more about that. I know that actually for many people in the audience it would be a surprise because you believe countries did participate there, but in reality they did not. Because the countries from Europe that participated, 2/3 of Europe were still Nazi allies, so all these countries from Germany, Italy, Finland, Hungary, Romania, and so on, they were not even invited.
Then the countries that are really allies, which are Switzerland and Sweden, they were not invited. There are countries like Spain, they were not invited. And the countries who were invited came with governments from London to sit in Bretton Woods. So in reality, when you strip it down, and of course others, India that was colonized, China that had 2 governments. So when you strip it down, there were 3 countries in Bretton Woods. That's actually the fact. US, USSR, and the UK. And USSR bailed out. And actually 2 countries remain. So when we speak of the order of Bretton Woods, we speak of 2 countries that created that order. And as you know, likewise, and I'll stop there with historical analogies, but the League of Nations was also created without Germany, without Russia, that were major powers then. So we actually have to create something which would be an international new covenant, which would take current powers in play, reflect current powers when I mentioned China, Indonesia, and other countries, but where reports like this report would provide an intellectual stimulus to discuss things at that level.
Yeah. I'll actually follow up from Branko here. I mean, I don't think the answer to what should the global order, at least for me, it's not a very long answer, because my answer is that it should be an order of transnational federal socialist units. And so the European Union is a model of how one enmeshes power in terms of how the federal, the national, and the subnational, so the local and regional, come together. But it's a failed model because it's a capitalist transnational institution. And so if it doesn't become a socialist transnational institution, then we don't get any of the benefits of global representation and so on. And for me, the ideal world is one where that model becomes a model actually for the world. And now whether you do it via internationalism or via transnationalism, but I do think we need to say that it's socialist, because if you say we have international coordination, but on capitalism, I'm not sure we're going to go very far from here to there. But I want to take just 30 more seconds to say that for me, this is just like a recipe for the cookshop of the future. And the real problem is that we live in a world where big tech is resisting democracy, not socialism, literally democracy. You have Peter Thiel, who is saying we need to go back to monarchy, to the monarchy of big tech. So that is one challenge. So for me, the challenge is, how do you defend just the shreds of democracy that we have left on the one hand, and how do you look like you're not just defending the status quo by defending democracy, because democracy has come historically packaged with capitalism. So how do you make sure that on the one hand you're defending a status quo that compared to a future state of affairs will be progressive because of what comes next is fascism. So how do you defend from fascism, how do you defend democracy from fascism? But on the other hand, how do you defend democracy from fascism without looking like you're just defending a version of democracy that we also know has problems and we also know has failed? And for me, that is a much more urgent question about the global order than, as I say, the transnational socialist ideal that I have in mind, for example.
Yeah, I also have this transnational socialist in mind perfectly well, and I did, the Global Justice Fund was not called the Global Socialist Fund because I didn't want to, to frighten anyone, but actually, if you read carefully at the report, you will be the term democratic socialism or participatory socialism mentioned at least half a dozen times if you look carefully. So I think we agree on that. And we also agree on the fact that the priority is to take back power from billionaire and centimillionaire, no matter what. So the solution in the Global Justice Report is pretty clear. Wealth tax is not here just to pay the bills of government. Wealth tax is here to change the property structure. So the basic model is you take a big part, if not all of the wealth of billionaire and centimillionaire, and you put it in a sovereign fund, in a public fund. So, it's very close. Again, Bernie Sanders, sorry for the inspiration, but last week said 50% of the share of IA company should go to a public fund, US public fund in this proposal. I think it could be more global, but at least this is very close. And at some point, I think people understand it for IA because IA is one of the most extractive businesses since colonial companies. You just take public knowledge produced by anyone and you put your property title on it. It's really as extreme as it can get. And I think, in fact, proposals like Bernie Sanders could be quite popular, including in the US. But here, in a way, that's what we do, but but not only for IA billionaire. I think it's difficult actually to distinguish IA companies from other tech companies from the whole economic structure. So it's billionaires in general whose shares in effect are transferred gradually year after year into a public fund. And that's something which to a large extent can be done at the national level. Of course, not as big as if we do it together with a coalition of countries. The bigger the coalition, the more you can do. But you can already do a lot at the national level. There's just one thing you need to break away from, is the illusion of what was developed in the 80s, 90s as the idea of free capital flows. The idea that you can make your wealth in a country using the public infrastructure of a country, education system, and then you just press a button, you go away, and you don't pay anything anymore to anyone. So whenever a country today decide to implement a wealth tax, they should just say from the beginning that if you move away, you still pay the tax. It could be in proportion to the years of residence that you have had in the country. So if you've spent your first 60 years in a country, you move at age 61, yes, please do it, but you would still pay 60 first, the proportion equal to 60 divided by 61 of the tax you will pay as a resident. And same thing, the following year. So the cost for the public finance will be very small, so you cannot evade the tax. And that's, so of course it's very different from the treaties on capital flows with no fiscal counterparts that were designed in the 80s, but it's not because you sign bad treaties at some point that you need to keep them for another century. But I want to answer very quickly just your question about global democracy.
Because I did say a couple of sentences, so
in one sentence. So global democracy in the context of the global justice fund, the proposal is that any regular budgetary decision will be adopted by, you need to have a double majority, 55% of the countries of the world representing 60% of the population. So, it's using both the number of countries and the population. We are not saying it's perfect, but at least it's not based on GDP, like you have for IMF and the World Bank today, which is really a censitary system, like European political system in the 19th century. And as Dina Freeman said this morning, very, I think very rightly, the transition from censitary system to democratic system was critical for the rise of redistribution at the national level, and the same will be true at the global level.
So thank you very much, all. My two sentences were an ideal, an utopia too, but however, the answers were so interesting that honestly I didn't notice. Just let's take a couple of questions, 3 questions from the audience. I have someone here, please.
Yeah, so I want to pick up on the question of where we are on the timeline. Mm-hmm. So, and that has everything to do, of course, with the question of democracy and capitalism and imperialism. So, on the one hand, Thomas represents the vision that we might be in a globally extended 1970s social democracy and, an ongoing equalization in the world. Democratic equalization in the world. I think there's a lot to be said for that when you look at the structural trends. On the other hand, we have Branko and Leah and myself in the last session saying, well, we might as well be in 1913, you said. I said 1914, perhaps we are in 1906. Anyhow, which represents a vision of the timeline of the 21st century in terms of dramatic, violent ruptures rather than structural trends. And we connect that not so much in the first instance with democratization, but with capitalism and imperialism. Now, I think in reality, the situation is actually worse, because the democratization is connected to the violent ruptures and the creation of the UN and the creation of democracy, and the creation of social democracy, and the creation of really existing socialism is an outcome of these violent ruptures. It is at the end of a mass extermination that, you know, the human compulsion to first destroy each other becomes a little bit enlightened, and we start to talk and do something better. Yeah, so this is my thing. The two things are connected.
Thank you. I'm Gabrielle Calder, UN Research Institute for Social Development. Thank you so much to all of you, and thank you especially to referring to the new international economic order and to the role of the UN as thinking ahead of the curve. And I've said it a few times already, and I'm sorry if I'm a broken record, but we're starting discussions on beyond 2030. And I think this room and your wonderful intellectual contributions are actually something that we need to feed into that process, because it's utopia. We need the next so-called development. We can talk about what development means, but we need the next development, the next agenda beyond 2030 to be utopian. We need to have this egalitarian idea of the 5,000 euro per month and really equaling out all inequalities in wealth and income. We need to think ahead of ahead of what's okay to think, to be saying. We need this analytical version, as those of us who are following the UN processes. The UN never says capitalism, so we really need to inject an analytical approach to why did the SDGs fail and why would the next agenda again fail, because we never really tackled the root causes. So it would be important at least to inject that idea. Whether it would fly is another question. We need deliberative processes, and we probably need incomplete coalitions, as Thomas Piketty likes to say. Thank you so much.
No, up there. Go on.
This is a fantastic panel. I can't imagine even something better than this to conclude this conference. The idea was about the road for global equality. I should say that we should also predict the bumpers on road. When we are looking for a road on equality, what are the bumpers? And we economists are not able to predict well what are the uncertainties that is there, or that those are coming actually to that will actually create some problems in the entire ecosystem that we are thinking. If we can think something in that way, okay, we'll predict something, the uncertainties that the global system is giving to us, so we can think better way and we can plan accordingly. So we should think in that line as well, that the war and other things that are coming up. So I'm trying to connect. So that's the reason I said about the predicting the bumpers on road to create a road of equality. Thank you again.
Thank you all. So I'll ask all of you to react a bit to what has been said. Branko, do you want to start? We'll try and not have the linear model for this time.
Oh, okay. Well, I maybe just to the UN, actually, I do agree the UN had a very important role. It's a critical role. And I'm very saddened by the fact that the UN has become really almost, I mean, I'm talking about General Assembly and the political part of the UN, almost nothing. I don't think that has, and that's another reflection of a horrible situation that we are in. I don't think that there was ever a General Secretary who was so detached from the wars and reality. I remember, still I'm young and I'm old enough to remember Dag Hammarskjöld. I remember Jutant. I remember even others, actually, even Kofi Annan and Boutros Ghali. They were all involved in wars and trying to do something. We now have a General Assembly and a General Secretary who treat the wars on Earth as if they were wars on Mars. And this is a very unusual development for an international organization.
I mean, maybe I will start. Maybe I will start by this point that I don't think we need mass extermination to realize global democracy necessarily this time. I mean, maybe there is a way of doing stuff without going through all that, but I do think that to avoid all that, also you need to have learned something from the failures, from these tragedies of the past. And what you need to learn is what are the categories that would enable you to avoid these mistakes. And in part, I don't think, academics can change the world, but what they can do is they can change the ideological categories with which, or they can try to shift a little bit the discourses such that certain things become sayable again, and so such that they become acceptable, such that you don't sound, when you say socialism, like this kind of radical person that has got their hands with blood and everyone has reason to fear. So just to normalize certain categories of analysis, I think for us is an important step forward, because with the diagnosis then you can also generate the right action. Having said that, beyond what academics, what intellectuals can contribute, which I think it really is just this, because I don't think I'm very good at actually organizing mass protests or anything like that, so I'm very happy to support them, but people have different skills and different ways in which they can contribute in society. I do think it's also important for academics to understand what are other forms of disruption of the status quo that is not just changing the discourse. Because going back to this history of social democracy, it's true that it was very important to the success of social democracy in the past that people were convinced that democratic representation of workers is important, but it's also true that without strikes they wouldn't have gotten anything, because when it comes to, at the end of the day, people don't actually like to give up their privileges and their powers. And I think one of the other things that we need to maybe normalize and do a bit more work on is, when you have a global development agenda or a sort of global emancipation agenda, what are the kinds of action that are sufficiently disruptive to the status quo, but that don't reinforce the return to the nation state or to these kind of categories that are then regressive and end up serving an alternative agenda that is not at all compatible with global progress. And so in this sense, what are the agents of global justice, and how can you think about the kinds of actions that these agents can be involved in at all levels would be probably a productive next conversation.
Yeah, following up on this, and I think this also responds to some of the questions that were raised. I think what's really critical is to be able to link the local, the national level, and the global perspective. So, if you don't make a coalition, you talk about the need to make sort of new working class coalition. I want to stress that, putting the working class has always been very multidimensional, in terms of occupation, gender, origin, territories, country. So putting together a majority coalition, trying to convince the different components of the working class that what they have in common is more important than their differences is a challenge which is constantly, you all constantly need to reinvent solution to this challenge, and it's really complicated. Now, there are two big division, at least today, within the working class, which makes this coalition complicated. And we say more in this in the chapter 4 on the report called Rebuilding Coalitions for Equality. One is the territorial division, which Julia mentioned this morning. So we wrote this book with Julia called The History of Political Conflict in France, where we use historical electoral data from the French Revolution until today, and we show that the only time when the left versus right structure of the political conflict could really become a reality is when left parties, during a large part of the 20th century, were able to put together basically lower income voters from both the rural and the urban setting, from the small cities and the large agglomeration. And there's always been a bit more vote for the left parties in the large agglomeration, but during most part of the 20th century, if you take in France in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s, like when Mitterrand was elected in 81, he had almost the same score in the large agglomeration and the small cities. The gap was like, the ratio of the vote was 1.05, almost the same. Today, the same ratio is 1.6. So, the left is making 1.6 times more vote for given other characteristics in large agglomerations than in small cities. We are back to a situation of the 19th century, of the early 20th century. The situation when Karl Marx, during the election of 1848, was saying, you cannot do anything with these poor peasants, they will always vote for Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. You can only count on the urban proletariat. The problem was the urban proletariat was a very small fraction of the population, so if you want to take power with such a small fraction of the population, maybe you end up with a political model which is not as democratic as you might hope. And I think, in fact, the problem already at the time was trying to put together the aspiration of the urban proletariat with the rural proletariat through land reforms, through cooperative in the rural side, through public services in small cities. So there are ways to address the aspiration of people in small cities. The idea that they are just reactionary by design from the is just wrong. It was wrong in 1848 and it is wrong in 2026. And I think today, there's a risk that the left, in particular in France right now, believes that they can get a majority just with the urban working class in very large agglomeration. This won't work. You need to remake some kind of unity of work. I mean, it will never be perfect unity because people have very different aspirations. They work in different production sectors. They have different problems in accessing housing, transportation. But these are material concerns. These are not a conflict about identity, about foreigners. These are mostly material concerns which left parties in power did not address well. And so they have to take seriously this concern. Describing these voters from the beginning as racist or fascist is maybe not the best strategy to win their vote. And I think there needs to be a construction of alliance, first at the local level, national level. Now at the global level, of course, the big division is between working class in the north, in the south, and it's not the same to be working class, as you say, in Germany, in Albania, or in Bangladesh. And here, the response that we're trying to propose in the Global Justice Platform is to have, this global billionaire tax where, when you have billionaire, to try to put some class conflict instead of, national conflict. So to show that, at the end of the day, whether you're a billionaire in India, in Bangladesh, or in Germany or France, you will pay the same tax. And then each country, in our basic scenario, each country is receiving the same per capita amount, so it's about 1,000 euro per capita, both in Mali and in France. It's not completely satisfactory, but at least it can give some interest for every country. It's still redistributive because you start from much lower level in Mali than in France. We are very clear in the report that this is not fully satisfactory. In particular, what people call transfer between North and South that will result from this report, which we don't like to call transfer, because for us these are just very partial reparation. But anyway, this transfer, if we call it them that way, they're actually 3 or 4 times smaller than what climate and colonial reparation, and they are even smaller than what climate reparation alone would require. So we try to do this accounting in the report. We are not, it's not as if we believe these numbers on reparation, these monetary amounts are fully satisfactory. They are problematic in many ways. But at the same time, we need to take seriously this question of reparation for the climate damage. This is absolutely obvious, but I think also the slavery reparation, the colonial reparation, all this labor that was not paid for so long. So, there's been some very useful report in the recent years, trying to give estimate on this reparation. And I know that there are some authors of this report in the room, which I don't see right now. But anyway, I thank them for being here. We use their work. We try to connect this kind of work on reparatory justice with our more forward-looking universalist perspective on justice. But the two are tightly connected. So that's complicated. If you start to talk too directly about reparation, you may lose a big part of the working class from the global north. So that's why we are centering on this more modest, because we think our proposal is a modest, gradualist proposal. If we wanted to have the full reparation, again, it will need to be 3 or 4 times bigger than what we propose. We have a relatively modest proposal because of this. But, the unity of the working class and trying to make workers from different countries feel their common interest in reducing the power and wealth of billionaires is, of course, one of the key strategic insights of the report.
Okay, thank you for questions. I'll try to be brief. On the moment we're in, I think I would agree with a lot of which has been said. It's a very difficult moment. It's very challenging. There's an intellectual historian at one point, he wrote about the age of fracture, and that was kind of before the election of Trump. And then, the U.S. became more and more polarized, and that's what we see, many different parts of the world. So also to return to the overall question, are we on the road to global equality? I think there's a lot which really speaks against it when it comes to this polarization, when it comes to the way in which global capitalism actually work, when it comes to the extremely difficult geopolitical situation. So I think, and then I think it's important to have these new utopias for how we can move in another direction. But I think one of the really challenging things is trying still to mobilize people, even within nation states. And now there's a national election in Denmark very recently, my country, so I can just bring that in. And there was the proposal for a very, very limited wealth tax, I think 0.5% on more than 25 million kroner. That's less in euro, that's 3 or so. And that just got a lot of backlash, just that proposal, and that's, that would be within the Danish nation redistribution system. So I think there's it's an uphill struggle in many, many different ways, but I do still think that these utopias are important.
So thank you very much for all of your interventions. I think we are almost reaching the end of this conference. So I just want to sum it up, because l'AIP used this amazing way of, I think, summing up what we've been trying to do is just changing ideological categories and trying to move forward in the ideological debate. So we're proposing the solution, this Global Justice Report. We know it's imperfect, where there's a lot of debate to be done around it, surrounding it. So I think what we've heard about how we could better understand the global south, we're trying to give a place to this, but there's still work to be done. The peace urgency that has become part of our geopolitical landscape is of foremost importance. So I think that at least through this conference we have given you a dream, an utopia, that you will think on everyone how to operationalize it, how to make it real. And hopefully, or at least what I see from this conference, I'm not sure people online can actually see it, but there's more than 2 countries represented. So we're on the right path forward. So to give just some concluding remarks, I'll ask Thomas to conclude a bit this World Inequality Conference.
I mean, the conclusion is that there's no conclusion. We will keep, this is, we will keep meeting, we will keep organizing World Inequality Conference. This one was particularly big because we got, 800 submission of research papers, and we had to select 240. And in addition to everything that has been going on in this amphitheater for 3 full days, we had almost 10 parallel sessions going on in the building with research papers being presented, and I'm very happy to see all this enthusiasm. I want to thank Rowaida, Moshrif, Lucas Chancel, co-director of World Inequality Lab, of course Alice, Delia, Thomas, who did so much to organize the conference. A big round of applause for you. And it's impossible to thank everyone. I see Jonas, Moritz, Anmol, Nelly, all the young generation of new master PhD students who come through this school and other university all across the world, are really, the main asset, the main source of joy, and this makes this job fantastic. And so thanks a lot to all of you, and thanks a lot to all the participants for all the good energy, and see you very soon, hopefully.
you.